responsibilities are not just included later. They are the starting point of how we think about freedom, power, and justice. So when we talk about inclusion and reimagining the power, I often ask, whose voices shape the agenda? Whose pain do we organize around, or whose joy do we prioritize? So at KRIA, we say, power isn't a pie. It's more of us have it, the whole movement grows. That's what we mean when we say power from the margins. And maybe that's the future of organizing. One where we are not just trying to get seats at the table, but flipping the table and asking who it was even made for in the first place. I'm really looking forward to listening and learning from everyone here. Hashtag power from the margins. Thank you.
After all that English, I don't know. I should also now up my game and not just say my speech. Let me also read mine, because how I will not allow us to kusemba nacho, like they say in Buganda or in Uganda. So I'm going to, my role here is very simple. I am honored to steward this beautiful organization, and my boss Samantha told me that I needed to come here and give welcome remarks. So I am going to give the welcome remarks, and then I will hand over to our moderator for the day, who will steer us into what's going to happen through the entire program. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Penelope Sanyu. Some people on other social media platforms call me Latta Girl. It means beautiful vine. Because I see myself as a very beautiful human and vine in that regard. So I am Latta Girl, and I am honored in a way that I cannot explain that you have gathered here today. So on behalf of Farm Fort Uganda and our co-conveners, KRIA, and the many hands, the many hearts, and the brilliant minds that have sprinkled so much magic into this day happening, I welcome you all to the KIMEEZA 2025. This is not just another meeting, it is a mood, it's a vibe, it's a declaration, it's a table of reckoning, imagining, reimagining, and some resistance of sorts. We gather today under the theme Navigating the Politics of Dialogue, and that's not just to speak, but to listen with our whole bodies, to question with love and mischief, and to commit fully and audaciously to the futures we are dreaming and defending together. We meet at a time when speech is very surveilled, joy is so policed, and expression is punished. And yet here we are. We've showed up with lipstick, with laptops, with high heels, with sneakers and jeans, with laughter, with so much joy. Here we are choosing to dialogue over despair. We are choosing collective sass over individual silence. We are choosing to forget the losses in the primaries last night and still bring everything to the table. We are choosing to hold each other when the world is saying scatter. So today we'll talk about power. Not just who holds it, but how it shapeshifts. We'll pull back the curtains on gatekeeping. We'll ask who is speaking, who's silenced, and who decided that anyway. We'll reflect on what representation really means when it's rooted in accountability and not aesthetics. And we'll dare to imagine feminist organizing that doesn't survive but dances, ragefully, joyfully, unapologetically. And so to everyone that agreed to be on our panel today, you will meet them very soon. To our moderator, Isabella Akiteng, and to our keynote provocateur, Professor Josephine Ahikire, your words will be our compass for this KIMEEZA. And to everyone in the room and online, thank you so much for showing up in all your complexity and fabulousness. May this space feed your spirit. May it stretch your mind and soften your heart. May it be a table where we remember who we are and imagine who we are becoming. I know that KIMEEZA in Luganda means table. And while the original idea was for us to sit under some tree and just have a KIMEEZA, not the bang the table of Uganda Law Society, but a proper KIMEEZA, and we just not.
So, good morning to you all. It's such a beautiful day to be here. I have laughed this morning. I have sympathized with sisters. And I'm looking forward to a beautiful day. On the panel today, we are privileged to have very distinguished members of society. So this is me trying to look for my panelist. So just a moment. Okay. So we have distinguished members on the panel, and the list has refused to open. So this is where the ancestors are telling me to use my head to remember all my panelists offhand. Lots of the panelists are sisters in the struggle, and I celebrate each and every one of them. Joining us on the panel today, technology has decided to join the ancestors. But joining us on the panel today, first and foremost, is my sister Chomia McLean, who is right here. McLean is the executive director of AWAC, and because the bios can't open, I'm going to tell you the bios as they are in my head, as I know them over. Which is a sex work umbrella organization that I am proudly associated to. So you're very much welcome, McLean, to the panel. Also joining us on the panel is another sister, Agava. Agava told me not to call her by the colonialist's name because she's attempting to decolonize. The naming, her naming. And we grew up, we saw each other at ages where we were not yet at that point where we say miaka jejo. So we've come from far, and it's lovely to reconnect with Agava on the panel today. Agava is part of the School of Gender, the Makerere University School of Gender, and she holds a PhD. She read for all of us. Yes. So you're very much welcome. But today, please don't remind her of her PhD. It's not the reason she was invited. Yeah, so don't derail the conversation by focusing on that. Also joining us on the panel today is Kemi. You all know Kemi. If you have a smartphone and you are on Instagram and TikTok, you know Kemi. If you don't know her, you're underutilizing your phone. Please do better. You cannot be embarrassing the sisterhood like this. We already have too many problems without adding the fact that you don't know Kemi to them. Okay? So, but she's Kemi Fiona, but we will call her Fiona, I mean Kemi, for purposes of today's conversation. Kemi, oh, hey, they have arrived. Yes, they've arrived. So she's a digital content creator and she focuses on social media. She also runs one of the most successful podcasts in Kampala. Like, for me, who does not follow podcasts, I follow Kemi. Even if it is just to get the snippets, I listen to her. So please join the sisterhood and follow Kemi. But Kemi, you're very much welcome. Also on the panel today, let's go to the next panelist. Also joining us on the panel today is Alex Ogwal. And Alex Ogwal is a leader in Uganda's deaf community. And he's also the CEO of Sign Language for All, which is an entity that does, okay, he explained it. So I'm going to explain it the way I understood it. They are working towards ensuring, that persons with disability have assistive devices accessible to them so that they are able to they're able to go about their day-to-day activities better. And so Alex Ogwal shall be joining us on the panel as well today. This is my entire panel, right? Where is my best friend? Why are you seated very far? I was very sure that there was a person who, but I kept saying, but who is this? So Riza, her Ndagamuntu has the name KIMEEZA, but within the community, we call her Riza Sandra, who is the executive director of her internet. Riza has invested a lot of her time in ensuring that the digital space is safe for most of us. So if you've attended a feminist digital training, chances are that you have seen Riza. But also if you're having problems with digital security and you don't know Riza, yes. Let that you have a neighbor who works actively to decolonize the things that are going to be said today. Otherwise, there might be a problem. But we will start with a keynote address on the reflections on the complexities of inclusion, movement building, and shifting the political terrain. And that will be done by Professor Ahichire here. And once we are done with that, we will dive into the panel discussion. And on the panel discussion, we will be reflecting on the keynotes representation, but also having an in-depth conversation around the concept of power, gatekeeping, and feminist representation. And I will moderate that particular session. What I would encourage each of you to do is, in case you have packed the book that Farmfort gave you, you pull it out. In case you packed the pen, you get it out. Because these are those conversations, those deep conversations that we rarely have. And I can tell you that on days like this, your mind will choose to forget everything it needs to remember and remember everything it needs to forget. So I encourage you to take notes, because that's the only way you're going to be able to have good follow-up questions, but also be able to reference things that have been said. And that's also the best way that we will be able to have a very meaningful KIMEEZA session with us today. Now, I know that this is like the third time I'm going to say I'm going to invite Professor Ahichire, but before I invite her, I would like us to take a moment of silence to remember the soul of a dear sister who we learned today departed from us yesterday. Many of you probably know her as Keiko. Keiko was part of the sex work family, but also part of the queer movement, and she was based in Arua. Keiko passed away last night, and we've surely lost a sister. Let's take a moment to remember her. May her soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you. Dr. Ahichire, you are welcome to present your keynote. Thank you.
Wow, this is too formal. This is not a KIMEEZA Penelope. This is a KIMEEZA. Good morning to you all. Habari. Bonjour. Okay. Yes, I'm really delighted to be here, especially after the NRM primaries. Honorable Semuju said these were not NRM primaries, they were state primaries. It was like a national event for everybody. So when I was contacted by Farmfort, the concept note read like, wow. So I read the first two lines. You know, they are talking about the English, but the English there, oh my goodness. So I said, this language, how do I discern? So I am a lecturer and we read many scripts. Some of the scripts that we read, a student reads questions and sees that he or she is not going to answer them. They create their own question. This is exactly what I did. I said, Penelope, you're lying. I'll create my own question and answer it. So in my understanding, I said, we are in the eye of the storm. The feminist encounter, resilience, and control in contemporary Uganda. So it's going to divert a bit from what is reflected, but the spirit is the same. And I said, I looked at the lineup of the panelists, and then I said, why am I even going to speak? These people should have been the ones to speak. So that's why I said, in the spirit of sisterhood, treat this keynote as part of the panel discussion. So in my reflection, I started with a stanza from Stevenson, which says, "When the solid ground is falling out from underneath my feet, between the black skies and my red eyes, I can barely see. When I realize I've been sold out by my friends and by my family, I can feel the rain reminding me, in the eye of the storm, you remain in control." This is Stevenson's song of 2015, and it hinges on faith. But this first stanza can also relate to life realities and making reference to once a solid foundation falling from underneath our feet, under our watch, yet we can barely see. So this song's reflection is on disappointment from losing what we once held dear, leaving us in the eye of the storm. But in this paper, in this conversation, I'm going to use this metaphor differently. To us, as a feminist movement, globally and in Uganda, I'm going to use it to try to understand our current situation, not really to paint a grim picture, but rather to concretize our realities. And our realities are as follows. We have so much progress on women's rights. Do you believe that? There is so much that has happened, right from our pre-colonial times, through colonialism, through the struggle for independence up to now. There is so much that has happened in terms of the construction and the situation of women's rights and the position of the woman as of now. And you can see that from the discomfort that the women's rights movement has made or has brought to several sectors. So when you see people worried, for example, about the boy child, the issue, what they are not saying is that you've created, as a movement, you've created that picture where the women now look like a threat to power, to established power. Now that is the progress. Some of it is visible, some of it is hidden. And one already sees the anxiety around the institution of the family. People worry, what is going to happen to the family? Because the construction, especially once we were brought into the British Empire, because before, by the way, we should know that before, African women were actors in their families as they progressed through wifehood, through motherhood, through grandmotherhood. They were critical actors. They were spiritual mediums. They were leaders. But with the British construction of, woman as only a sex object, then we see that we are pushed behind. So from that, women have pushed again the boundaries, and that creates discomfort. So we are not really talking about fighting tradition. We are actually fighting what rightly belongs to us. Now, there is that reality of progress. But within that progress, there is the nested backlash. Nested in the sense that there is resistance and there is pushback on many fronts. Some of them, we seem like we are sort of on a hill rolling back. And that is why I think that this idea of a KIMEEZA, of a conversation on where we are, really no experts, but we are all having this conversation, where we are and where we need to go. And I'm saying largely that the path that we need to take is to be made by walking. You know, when you start driving, you say, I'm going to pass bypass and then Ndagire Road. But sisterhood, Ndagire Road is the other side. But anyway, for this path, for this journey, there is no path. The path is to be made by walking, because we have to navigate all these realities. We have to navigate, for example, the fact that women's rights is not one thing, but a variegated, those who studied biology, variegated leaf. You people, you lost your notes. Me, I still have them. Of S2, senior 2 at Maryhill, I have the notes. So that variegated leaf is what you can use to understand the reality of women's rights. We are not the same, but there's a thread that pushes us, that pulls through, that makes us have, that one kind of broad vision around which we can organize. And that is where I also read the resilience of the women's movement. People say, what is the women's movement and so on. But actually, look at other movements. Look at the labor movement, for example, workers' movement. In the 1940s, there were trade unions. They were fighting, struggling around colonial policies. In the 1970s, there were trade unions. As of now, the trade unions are just represented in parliament, nothing else. So in a sense, we still have a voice. And I have really chosen to say women's rights movement as opposed to women's movement for a purpose, because we need to focus on that issue of rights and what it means to each of us. From our vantage point, what does women's rights mean to us? It is not one thing. It is not people going to parliament. That is only one aspect of public participation. It's not about education, with girls going to university. That is one aspect of girl child education. There are so many other issues around our sexuality, around our property rights, around our being. Some people think they are entitled to define how you be. And that means that we need to recapture the narrative to define what women should be. And so I've already talked about the fact that when we talk about women's rights, in many cases, people think we are talking about Muzungu rights, Western Muzungu rights, the rights that are defined in the British law that was transported to Uganda. But we actually need to know that Uganda, of course, was created. It's a colonial creation. You people need to know that you were created. So when you start saying this one is a Ugandan, this one is not, you're actually engaging in an exercise of futility. What you need to see is this person human? What they call Ubuntu. And that will define how you relate with people. People of different religion, people of different culture, some of us even fight with people of different size. Somebody looks at you and said, hey, okay, you have put on so much weight. So what? Let's talk about other things. I'm human. So in our history, we have examples of, explicit nodes of where women made a difference, just like Farmfort is doing. And everybody needs to ask a question on a daily basis: what difference am I making? So, in the royal spaces in Buganda, in Bunyoro, Ankole, we had those contexts, Queen Mother and so on, princesses. All these things are actually recorded. And away from the royal spaces, women played multiple roles: spiritual leaders in the East, foretellers in Kigezi, the famous anti-colonial struggle led by Muhumuza. All these things, we need to actually keep them in our sight. Remind us that what we are talking about is not foreign. What we are talking about is human. And for us Africans, we need to even add that actually African women were not this sex objects that we are seeing today on television and so on. And I was also gratified to land on the book by Paul Ngorogoza, who said that the clans in Kigezi are actually rooted or stressed to a woman. These are things that we don't normally talk about. We start by saying, African religion oppresses women, African culture, tradition oppresses women, it doesn't give them land and so on. These are creations that we actually need to fight. And it's Jude, what was her name, of land, Lemu, who used to say that the moment you label these things African tradition, you have lost the battle. Because the battle is that we need to regain our humanness, our personhood, not fighting, because that what we are fighting now is not tradition. This is what people need to know. Tradition was largely erased by the colonial, the British. So what we are now fighting is that erasure, as Farmfort really beautifully talked about it. And we have a lot of examples in West Africa, in Southern Africa, where all women played roles. And I'm happy that the Virtual Museum, an initiative by Farmfort, is documenting this very rich history. It is empowering. It will empower us. It will give us the right language. Sometimes you lose an argument on account of flimsy words. But Bambi, don't use those very hard ones, which led me to create my own question. So, so once you have the right language, you're able to push back, as Akiteng put it. So at this level of general society, why are we bothered about this ancient history? It's not well documented, and I hope that in our different spaces, we can document whatever footprints, feminist footprints that are there. But mainly to remind ourselves that colonialism annihilated our women's political citizenship. It compromised women's economic autonomy and made their bodily integrity a matter to be negotiated around, as opposed to a right. This is what we need to remind ourselves. Terms like breadwinner, housewife, and so on, those are foreign categories, because if you look at your families in here, in the urban, but especially in the rural areas, ask yourself, who is the breadwinner? And you continue saying, culturally, men are breadwinners. Which culture? You know, in our homes, men are the breadwinners. Where? And that is how also women are made to lose the power that they wield. They invest labor, they invest energy, they invest intellect, but the narrative keeps on replaying. And therefore, we need to reorder these, especially the non-tangible entanglements. So we need to disentangle and know that, you know, when something is spoken or it is said, it is an entanglement that seeks to erase our power, our voice. And so I'm saying we have this progress, but which is entangled with backlash and a recreation of patriarchy. And of course, globally, there's an anti-rights wave. We hope it's a wave, and you know, waves, the way, if you have had a chance to stand by the ocean or even Lake Victoria here, you see the waves come and go, come and go. And we are hoping that this very anti-rights politics, and which creates cracks within the women's rights movement, will be a wave. But as of now, it is situating us right in the eye of the storm. That's where we are operating from. With our power, with our language, with our resilience, but still in the eye of the storm. And that is why we also then say the path will be done by us walking. And I think why I like KIMEEZA also is that we talk from our vantage points, and we also hope that there are action kinds of trajectories that happen after the KIMEEZA conversations. So where are we right now? As I said, on the tangible and the visible, we have actually made great milestones. Look at Parliament. At the global scale, Uganda is 49th position in terms of women's representation in Parliament, according to the current data by the Interparliamentary Union. But of course, within that, we know that the direct seats is about 14 women. I hope that 2026 brings more. Have you invested in any? Or you're just seated here hoping that they'll come? Okay. Okay. Then reserved seats, of course, reserved in a sense that it's a created an additional seat. It's not really reserved. District chairpersons, 3%. Local government, 45, meaning that we are above the threshold of Beijing platform of 30%. Of course, you know, we have Speaker, Prime Minister, Vice President. Oh, several ministers, ministers are 45%, Minister of State 48%, Permanent Secretary is 50%. Kwegamba. When you go, let's say, to registered land, it used to be 16%, it's now 27%. Literacy is very high. And these percentages, you know, reflect there's work that has gone into creating these percentages. Women leaders, for example, if you put civil society in one room, you will realize that the women leaders of the women's rights organizations have an upper hand in terms of how they deal with policy, how they deal with the language, and how they confront power. Because for some people, the issue is just to sit in the chair as CEO, ED, but you're not really confronting these multiple notions of power. And then, of course, the ugly reality that the more things change, the more they seem to remain the same. The silencing, the violence, gender-based violence, and Tamale tells us that there's a kind of rolling back of the gains of the global women's movement, and that the context of Africa, we have political monopoly, economic deprivation, poverty, violence, and these tend to compromise our gains. But still, we need to ask, in all this, what is the place of the women's rights movement? In 2005, as we were going into 2006 elections, I did a quick consultation on women's rights, and I just picked the first reactions of some people when I asked about the women's movement. Some were like, how can I answer a question on something that does not exist? Is there a women's movement in Uganda? Another one say, where is this women's movement and where is it administered? Another one said, sorry that I start with a negative, but I feel sad about the women's movement. I'm not sure I'm part of the women's movement. It is a club, I think. The women's movement in Uganda is dead. But one person said, the women's movement in Uganda is not weak. Rather, it has overgrown. Where are you? Which of those stances would you pick? What would represent you individually and collectively? So, in a sense, of course, a movement cannot be like a formal organization. A movement of this nature is layered, is nested. It has a lot of issues, and that's why we call it a social movement. So it's not an organization. All the women's rights organizations, for example, are just part of that social movement. So when we look at FarmFort, look at ONET, look at Forward, look at ACFORD, Sewigo, and so on, these are poles within the social movement. And each of us should be able to play a role. I intentionally left out the School of Women and Gender Studies. Dr. Gaba, you're going to defend that. In the 90s, we used to say that the school, the department then, was the academic arm of the women's movement. Where are we? I'm going to leave that at that. And I'm very sure that Dr. Agaba, not Doctor. Doctor the other time, now Agaba will answer that. And so when I follow the deep fractures, the depoliticization, the fact that there is a time in the post 1995 constitution era, there was a lot of optimism, a lot of organizing, and so on. And now we seem to be in a kind of depression. But I want to remind us that some of these are the fact that we have moved from the struggle for addition and so on to what you call doctrinal arena. When you, for example, ask for affirmative action, it is an addition to an existing system. You're actually not asking for any change or any transformation in the system. But when you start asking for equality in marriage, which is also guaranteed, by the way, in the 1995 Constitution, bodily integrity, property rights, you have moved from addition to transformation. Just following your chemistry paper in senior 2. Hey! There. When you add water and salt, you add salt to water, you get a solution. When you burn, we call it combustion. Combustion happens. You burn oxygen and hydrogen, you get a product. The difference between a solution and a product is that the solution can easily go back to the original elements. But once you have a product, that's it. It can't go back. So additions like affirmative action, I think she's the one who talked about space on the table, as opposed to asking questions about, does it have to be a 4-dimension table? So once you start asking those questions, once you start questioning male privilege, you have moved into the doctrinal area. The doctrine, you're contesting the doctrine. The things that make, for example, the cultural terrain to be over time. It's not the same as when you're saying, let me be added to the table. It's like, how is this table constructed? How do we provide for everybody? And that breeds resistance. That's why I started by saying that, yes, we feel we are in the eye of the storm, but that we also need to know that we have created some discomfort to male dominance. And that is why you also see that there's the rise of extreme conservatism, even from areas that you would not expect. The person you collaborated with on domestic violence law comes to the floor of the House and says, you know, this consent thing in sexual matters cannot work. Madam Speaker, you imagine when a plane has taken off and now you want to stop it. You risk a crash landing in Parliament and there's loud laughter. You're talking about violence. You're talking about sexual violence that has dilapidated our families, children, and so on. And all they can do is to make humor around it and laugh about it. Eye of the storm. You have made so much progress. You ensure that these legislations are tabled in Parliament. For example, the Sexual Offences Bill was a private member's bill by your sister, Akiteng. How did she perform? Is it? the one who was former OPA, Monica. Yes, she did that as a private member's bill. Fought all the foot dragging. It comes to Parliament, and this is how it ends. It ends in laughter. People are doing all sorts of things and so on. And so, what we are saying, therefore, is that when you're fighting, it's a battle, but a good battle. If you're fighting with a zebra, that's one ring. If you enter the other ring and there's a tiger, you change the tools, right? It can't be the same. So you've entered the ring, the doctrinal ring, and therefore it requires a different set of tools, which should now be on top of the agenda of the women's rights movement. So we have not lost, but there is a way in which we need a kind of tool. In the current situation, we also see that there's a kind of depoliticization of the words, of the concepts that we normally use, or we used, or the women's movement used globally to create advocacy, to create awareness. One of those very suspect is gender. When gender became popular in the 1980s as a word to use to define the power relations between men and women across the globe, across contexts, context of religion, context of class, context of what, it became popular and with a great sense of energy, because there it enabled us to interrogate power beyond biological differences. Then it quickly came to mean just men and women, plus, as a depoliticized buzzword. Then the deployment of the term feminism was abandoned. It was left for the bad women, those who are captured by Western culture and so on. And just to mention that feminism is the one that gave birth to the word or the concept of gender. So once you divorce them, you're actually also, reducing on the tools that you need to use. And so over and over, the dilution of the concept of gender along the way, losing its political potency, and by around 2000, it just became an industry. Technical doing as opposed to movement building and contending with patriarchy. And I've called it the rise of the gender industry. This is where Dr. Gava will plead guilty as a gender expert as opposed to a feminist. People stand up and say, by the way, I don't like the word feminism. I use gender because gender means both men and women. Gender doesn't mean that, actually. Gender is a concept to help you to contend with power, understand it in a broad context, economically, socially, and so on. And so, with this gender mainstreaming industry, expertise, technical doing, and so on, the activism within that got lost. And at its weakest ebb, the industry is struck by a sling and stone of akin to that one of David versus Goliath. Trump. One stone like this. And somebody said, yeah, because the gender industry had become amorphous, so it is easy to crash. Amorphous in the sense that when you remove the political content from a movement, what you're left with is the shell. And what do you do with the shell? Crush it. That's what has happened. And we need to therefore contend with backlash. I'm not saying that all is lost. I'm actually saying, how do we retain the resilience that has been pulling us through all these decades? And there is something called what works and what has worked. These two are not the same. What has worked is what you put together in terms of what is possible in the circumstance. But what works, so what has worked is what you are able to do in the circumstance. And I'll get to that to a minute. But what works is the ideal, the ultimate vision of the movement. In this case, gender transformation, where women and men as categories enjoy their rights without ifs or buts. So I'm going to use an example of what worked. During the domestic violence law advocacy, two things are said to have worked. One was to work with males as champions of the law. In fact, Honorable Barrio Monsi is the one that tabled the bill in Parliament, 2009 on to 2010. And the other issue was to craft the law in terms of what as a good for development. So fighting violence is good for development. And nobody can question that, right? So we sailed through, and the strategies worked to get the law passed. The question, what is in the law that was actually passed? And how has the aftermath rolled itself out? One, we see a process of hollowing out and non-implementation. I normally use the example of a pumpkin. You know, pumpkin is a whole fruit like this, or watermelon, but you can actually hollow out the content from inside and you remain with that. This is what happened. As the negotiations went on, they kept removing those sticky questions, marital rape, what to do with the cohabitation, what to do with, thank you. You know, things are hot here. Very hot, but I'm actually about to finish. And the people who were called male champions in 2010 are the very same people that are the biggest hurdles of women's rights 3 years on in Parliament when they tabled the marriage and divorce bill. The second example is the affirmative action. It has worked to increase numbers, but when you look at it now, it is a ghetto and a recreation of male privilege. Those who have been to constituencies, it is a woman who is loved by the other male MPs that will go through. So you need godfathers in order for you to go through on affirmative action. and that you're also pitting women against each other. And in the long run, the narrative is that women have inherent intrigue. So it's just eating yourself up. And we are here, for example, one of the ways in which the women's rights movement makes an impact in the political electoral process is to engage upcoming candidates, give them a few tips, a few, how to deal with those things that happen in campaigns. But actually, as you train this woman, you're training, what is it called? An enemy of an incumbent. You don't realize it, but that's what happens. And these contentions divide, overstretch, and compromise women-centered strategic alliances that frame our rights. This is why, for example, if people were interested in democratization, one would have said, let's have proportional representation with one district presenting one woman, one man, full stop, and would have a parliament of maybe 200 and something members of parliament. No intrigue, no what, but of course, nobody wants to listen to that. So in the realm of this activism, especially at the legislative level, what has worked sometimes is to lobby powerful actors, and in some cases begging. You have to go there at night, find them in the clubs where they drink those things. And so one of the leading feminists, Naira Kabil, says, as you do all this, as you do all these compromises, remember that there is a cost. Put it into, build a scenario, keep on building scenarios. There is a cost. We ought to be intentional. And in the cases of social change, of course, it's complex, so you have to make compromises. But those compromises, put them down, make sure that you have a strategy to deal with them. So it's inevitable to make compromises. But she says, something I've just interpreted for myself. Never sleep, slumber, and snore in the belly of the beast. You can enter there and do a few things, but now don't bring a pillow and sleep, take tea in the belly of the beast. Keep that in mind. And how do we finally resist erasure and so on? The start of this week, I was in Mbara, at Mbara University. And I was talking about gender and leadership. In all the things I talked about, the male student said, but you always talk about women only. I had talked about masculinity. I had talked about the fact that men need to liberate themselves. You don't have to have a submissive partner. Just have a partner. Be yourself. You're not an ATM if you don't have money. All that I said, but finally, you people, you're making women not submissive to their husbands. So I landed on this advocate of the High Court quote, which said, women world over are an incredible gender. They're a fulcrum of every family and influence of everything a family should be. While we treasure the female gender, we must be careful that this wave of women's emancipation does not affect our family values, especially family unity and respect between women and men. Empowerment should not be used against men, but should be complementary. I have seen many young men out there who are not keen to walk down the aisle because They are afraid of women, especially those who have benefited from empowerment and have become successful in their respective callings. This is understandable, as an empowered woman can be intimidating to a disempowered man. Okay? Keep it in mind. An empowered woman is a good, is a good woman. That is one. But the other is that it can be intimidating. This is an advocate of the High Court, land friend, well placed. And the assertion is so polished that you may not disagree with it. But the feminist, apart from looking at it and being angry, how should we react? This is just an example of what is out there. And Rita Chiro, reminds us that apart from being angry, we know that people who craft the backlash, they organize, they meet, they strategize. Do women's rights activists, in whatever shape, do the same to develop strategies to counter backlash? That's the question. Where do we locate the feminist voice? And there seems to be some level, of, you can be sailing in a boat, but the boat doesn't have a compass, especially where you need to re-engineer the voice. So what we call burnout, what we call rollback, is different shades of backlash. And what I'm saying is that the path has to be made by walking. So in conclusion, what should we look at? Amongst many other things, of course. This is a reflective piece. I did not do a lot of research and so on. So these are thoughts. And one is scenario building to keep afloat amidst the towering wave in the eye of the storm. Scenario building at all levels, organizational, individual, social movement. And I think part of that, for example, is initiatives like this KIMEEZA. I'm also saying that we need to build think tank and media watchdog imperatives and weave them within the women's rights movement building. Continuous power mapping. What is happening? What do we need to do? And not to feel overwhelmed, because we have the power and we have the voice. We have already put the foot in the door, and we need to keep it that way. Let the door open for everybody, as Creya representative put it. Documentation, archiving and popularization of women's footprints. Sometimes when we don't see the footprints that we've made, we tend to lose even the path ahead. And we need to build on those footprints. Strategic alliances that are not episodic, across all fault lines, across all class, and so on. The funding question, with alternative modes of funding and doing. I like, for example, having in the 10th year, as opposed to having gone to Sheraton. Is it 4 points Sheraton or Sheraton 4 points? So we are in a space where we can control, and maybe it's not as bad as, thank you. Yeah. And remain in control of the narrative, have collective agency, and ensure that nobody should enjoy a sense of entitlement over another. Young generation to retool and arm itself for the current contest. I said if you're fighting for a zebra and fighting for a tiger, Those are different. And the young generation has its own questions. Sometimes it's a point of contention, but it shouldn't be. It should be that one generation is roaring into the other, and the generation must deal with some of the questions that they deem important. Akiteng, cows are very calm. They sit down, they wait. so, so there is not one story, but multiple dimensions of stories. And finally, we need to really decolonize our movement. We need to decolonize our struggle. We need to own the narrative. And I'm sure that the panelists will even do a better job than I've been able to do. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Apoyo Matek. Mwebale nnyo. Mwebale ddala.
Thank you very much. I was very calm. Another round of applause for our keynote speaker. And while we allow for the panel to take a breather, I would like you to speak to your colleagues, at the table. Because remember, it's a KIMEEZA and we are looking for representation. So you must represent yourselves, as people who had breakfast, who were asked to defend why we gave you breakfast. We should be able to. But thank you very much, Dr. Ahichire, for those very kind remarks. Now, how is this KIMEEZA going to work? We are going to come to the panel and I'm going to ask them certain questions. The rules of engagement are you can interject at any point. How do you interject? Not by shouting, but you can stand. You saw how I was standing very calmly. But I was seen, and I even made it to the keynote mention. So you can stand where you are, and your standing will signal to us that you have something to say. If you think we are not paying enough attention to you, you can say kupointe yo. On that point, you can get our attention. If it's very urgent and can't wait, you can also do it in a way that gets us to get your attention, okay? And your interjections can be questions, they can be comments, they can be points of clarity. You can put up your hand and tell the panelist you have lied on that one. In a nice way. Yes, with a lot of love. But the idea is that this is not a panel discussion. It's a KIMEEZA. All of us have the right to speak. The only difference is that these people have chairs which are facing you. Okay? Yes, Sanyu? Okay. These people have chairs which are facing you. If you have contentious questions and you don't know how to ask them, send me a WhatsApp message. Like the way Sanyu has sent me a WhatsApp message. So I'm not going to read it. You can send me a WhatsApp message. I will read it. Yes, but also to just mention that we have Quizera at the back who is capturing today's conversation in art. So if it is very possible that you can be on that art piece, but you need to talk. They can't capture you if you're quiet. So for example, I can see Dr. Hichire is already there. I know I will be there. Now the rest of you need to count yourselves worthy to be on that art piece. But Quizera, thank you for doing such an amazing job every time you come by. Okay. So diving into today's conversation. Today's conversation had so many themes with which we can interact with. There was a theme around progress, okay? So let us not over-remind ourselves about how much progress has been made. The keynote highlighted heavily the progress that has been made. There was also a conversation around the anxiety in the institution of family, especially within our context. And I believe all of us have experienced that anxiety. Some of us have pushed back, others are wondering how to push back, but that's a real conversation that we need to have. The keynote also highlighted issues around boundaries. You know, how are we pushing back on boundaries, and addressing the discomfort that comes from those boundaries. We also had a new and interesting addition to the conversation we're having today around the naming of the movement, the women's movement versus the women's rights movement, but also the key understanding of what rights we have within the context of the word rights. We also talked about decolonizing the conversation around women's rights and naming it right, because as soon as we begin to name it as a traditional, ancestral, then we are losing the point. We also had an aspect around the sexualization of women and the fact that it's not African, and yet today's narratives seem to center the fact that it's African. We also had we had a lot of nuances in the conversation around gender compromises. You know, where is the middle point? When do we know we've crossed the line? And so on and so forth. Coming to our panel, and there are some panelists who I will not mention who already sent me messages and said I had better not be the first. But coming to our panel, I did a picky ponky. And in the picky ponky, we will start with Riza. You should have sent a message. You should have been wise and sent a message. Given the conversation that that Professor Josephine has given to us, it's around the issue of inclusion, it's around identities. And these identities are both personal, they're institutional, they're political. And from where you sit, what has shaped your understanding of inclusion, both personally and politically? And politically, not in relation to the NRM primaries, but politically around the work that you do. Yes, so please go ahead. And as you think through it, I'd like to also tell Professor Hichire that our candidate lost. Yes, let us go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor, for just stepping us into this conversation, deepening our consciousness around what inclusion is, the politics of inclusion, the power and structure systems that are around the politics of inclusion. My name, should I come closer? Hi, everyone, once again. My name is Sandra Kuchiriza. You can call me Riza. I work with Her Internet, which is a feminist digital rights organization based in Uganda. And our priority areas are really around how to make the internet safe for women, although our priority focus is around communities of structurally silenced women. And we shall unpack that. They said the English might be too much. So from my vantage point, I will structure my response in two. One is around what is the politics of inclusion, you know, who is left out, who is included, and why. Yeah. So we are now at a point where inclusion as a word, but also as a practice, has been co-opted by institutions. Yeah. So companies, whether business companies, global, national, government structures, non-governmental structures, we are just throwing around this word inclusion, but without really addressing structural power. Yeah. So what does it mean, for example, to have, if I may borrow from health service provision, what does it mean for a health center to have a desk that serves queer communities, but without addressing the structural inequalities of why that desk is needed in the first place, right? how do we interrogate that cognitive dissonance, for example? Because on the one hand, it's tokenism. It's not really dealing with the deep-rooted issues of why these communities need a particular desk at that health center. And you find that if the person who mans that desk is not around in that moment, there will be no service to queer communities at that health center. So inclusion is just thrown around as a word, as the thing, as the new thing, but there is no real will to address the structural inequalities and the structural powers that are causing this. For example, I do believe health service providers should be at the forefront of, let's say, decriminalizing the Anti-Homosexuality Act 2023, because they've seen firsthand how debilitating this is, right, to communities. So for me, that's how I'm thinking about it. And then I also think about the tension between being visible and keeping safe for communities that have been historically sidelined, historically marginalized. I don't like the word marginalized because the communities have been structurally minoritized. So when we embody the word marginalization, it's like we are part of the problem and that we are not. So how do communities navigate that tension between keeping safe and being visible to bring our voices to the forefront, right? What does that look like? When you talk about inclusion, what does that look like in reality? When I'm introducing myself, maybe this is a safe space, maybe it isn't. I have to navigate that at personal level. I have to think about what that means for me outside of this space, outside of this conversation. So just navigating that tension between being visible and keeping safe, both offline and online, obviously. I also want to bring into the room the issue around language, around funding, around policy making, that again tokenize the word inclusion, right? In many spaces, and I think many of us even here, when you talk about language is power. Language either admits you into space or leaves you out of the conversation. So for us, as we are speaking in this space, we are using English a lot. What about for our siblings who are unable to understand, yes, but articulate their issues in English as well as the rest of us can? What happens when we are not in Kampala, when we're not organizing in Kampala, and we have to think about language justice outside of the central region? What happens when we are part of broader movements, regional and global, where other languages like French and whatever are being spoken or are not being spoken in the room? So language in that sense. Funding. Professor touched on the issue of Donald Trump and the funding cuts and how we've seen that snowball into Europe also, holding their monies close to their chest and investing in weapons and defense systems, and other private philanthropists also just holding their money close to their chest because we don't know what might happen in the future. So now, in a space where our activism does not really depend on funding, but funding is a big part of how we do our work. What does that mean for inclusion? In a space where funders have come to the table with, let's say, other actors and said, in this project, let's include voices of structurally silenced communities. When that funding goes away, what happens to that work? What happens to that inclusion? What happens to the work that has been done up until that point? Therefore, inclusion without power redistribution is just decoration. Really, we're just making things look pretty, but we're not really addressing the actual issue. And therefore, we must ask ourselves, inclusion in what? On whose terms? Inclusion in what? On whose terms? And at what cost? What is the price we are paying to be included? What is the price we are paying to have our voices heard? What is the price we are paying by asking to have a seat at that table? Yeah. So, and again, I want to re-echo what Professor said. We are fighting for what rightly belongs to us. We're not asking for anything that we don't have already. We are human first. And so we are simply saying, treat us as human. That's it. We're not asking for nice cars, big houses, a lot of money. We are I mean, they are sweet. If you want to gift me a cup, please, it is okay. But we are saying human rights are human rights. Deal with me from the human level, and then we can spread out. Then real quick, that was around the politics of inclusion. My second point is around resisting erasure. So digital spaces, for example, because I'm centering my work at her internet, and digital spaces are a big part of our work. Digital spaces are both liberating and dangerous for women. But when intersecting identities are brought into the picture, it's more dangerous. For example, women who are queer, women who are sex workers, women who are living with disability, women who are living with chronic illnesses, right? Those intersecting identities add another layer of danger. So whereas we are uploading digital spaces for being so liberating, so, allowing us to express ourselves freely, we also have to think about, yes, as we are included in these digital conversations and other conversations, at what cost, right? And I obviously can't overstate the impact of queer-led organizing in Uganda, because it is an act of resistance to say, in a context where I know I'm criminalized, the fact that we are organizing is an act of resistance, and therefore inclusion is a radical demand. We are saying we don't want to just tokenize this inclusion. We are here. If we are organizing, we are radically asking to be included. We are asking for our voices to be heard. So too often we have to choose which parts of our identities are visible, whether it is in funding, which part of identity is fundable. If it is in, being part of the feminist movement, which part of my identity am I coming with to the table? So inclusion and therefore intersectionality should not be, it is not, and it should not be a checkbox. No, it is a map of our lived realities, because everyone has intersecting. It is a map of everyone's lived realities. You went to Ndagire Road, someone went to say what road. All those are what make us who we are.
Thank you very much, Riza. And you raise a couple of things. You add on the widened scope of things from Professor's submission. But let's carry the politics of justice, of language justice a little bit before we come back to identity inclusion, and take the question to Alex. So Alex, Riza sets stage for language justice. And a lot of times when we talk about language justice, we talk about it from a place of individuals who are able to speak, or individuals who are able to hear without any form of assistance. And so for you, what does this intersecting identity look like from the work that you do and the community that you represent on the panel? Over to you, Alex. In repeating the question, it's a continuation from Riza's submission around language politics. Okay, so we will say that someone cannot speak English, so they did not understand, or they don't have anything to tell us. But this is from a very privileged position of they can speak, or they can hear, or they can read. But what does the politics of language justice and articulation look like in the broader sense of the work that you do and the community of persons with disabilities that you belong to as well?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. And thank you so much for the opportunity to be part of the KIMEEZA. I'm very happy to share my idea. But first, I would like to say that our language doesn't have a lot of English. Because for us, we focus on sign language, so we communicate. Okay. Okay. Identities. So in the deaf community, since where I've been working, we have women who are deaf. We have both women and men that cannot hear. But for us, what we do, we use sign language to spread information to the government or to over right now we have over 1 million deaf people in Uganda. 1 million deaf people in Uganda, and more of them are women. And of this, they face a lot of challenges in the area of communication. Why? Because many people don't know how to use sign language. So whenever we are having activities happen, most times they invite us. For example, sometimes they invite me, and then when I reach there, they're saying I'm using sign language, and I cannot communicate with others. Why? Because they don't know sign language. So they keep on. So I would like to pose a question: who knows sign language here? Who knows sign language here? Okay, I've seen one person. Okay, I think we can be friends. I'll be your friend since you know sign language. So the same situation you're seeing here, it's the same issue that happens in our communities. So many women feel left out. Many times they have an idea and they want to present it out. But in some situations, 2 years ago, we had a group of women who were deaf. And they were working in that area of sex work. And these women had a boss who used to help them to get for them men, and then after they have sex with those girls. And then maybe after, but what happened after some time, the boss decided to oppress these girls who were deaf. So these girls were facing a lot of challenges. They didn't know whom to inform. They didn't have a way of communicating. So I kept on feeling this issue, and it was really making me feel bad. So I came up and to see how we can help these girls. FF. So we requested FF Uganda, Femford, to come in and support these girls. I wanted to give you more examples, but because of time, accept me to stop here. But that is the example which is happening. So we have communication barriers. More so deaf women face a lot of challenges and problems than the most of you think you are facing here. We cannot forget our sisters. Our sisters in the feminist movement who are always supporting us, and they are empowering us, and they are mobilizing these disabled people and the deaf people at large. Thank you so much.
For the rest of you, please follow suit like this. Yes. Thank you very much, Alex, for that submission. And Alex, introduces us to an intersecting identity that, for us here in the tent, we may be happy to have that conversation, but when we step out of the farm fort gates, the conversation around sex work becomes very sticky. And so Alex introduces us to the intersection of sex work and disability. But even with the complexity of the picture that he has faced, when we come and we begin to unpack the sex work identity, there are also, very specific complexities there. And so I would like to invite McLean to share with us on the fact that within the context that we are in right now, a context of post-AHA Act, a context of post Marriage and Everything Act, a context of all this, but also a context of increasing cases of femicide. And at times with femicide, we rarely talk about the femicide that happens within the sex work space. Dr. Ahichire talks about the eye in the storm. What is the price that we pay in this storm? Because Riza also talked about the price that we pay ideally for inclusion to happen. So what does that price look like, even as we advocate for what inclusion would ideally look like for people in this for our sisters within the sex work movement? Yes, over to you.
Thank you so much for the platform, FemPort, and also to Isabella, also for moderating our session. I'm Kiomia McLean, and I work with the Alliance of Women Advocating for Change. It's a grassroots umbrella network that works with grassroots organizations, both in peri-urban and rural settings. But also we target specifically, and we're very intentional and deliberate, marginalized women, but I don't want to use the word marginalized, but for the purpose of all of us understanding. And we particularly target female sex workers with multiple and intersecting vulnerabilities. And for Patrick, I just want to say that we also work with Alex, sorry, I work with female sex workers living with disability. And part of our project that was supported by CREA was actually targeting female sex workers with disability, which seemed to be looked at as a tourist issue by very many organizations, including donors actually, because none of them thought within women or sex workers with disability would actually engage in sex work. So for them, they were like, how do you even negotiate with them? How do they even have sex? Do they enjoy? So they had all these myths and misconceptions around it, which has been a very big issue. I'm so happy to be at the space, FemFort, at this KIMEEZA. Just also to add on the list of the issues, Isabella is amidst AHA, amidst femicide, amidst stop order or termination, but also amidst the sexual offences bill that our sister fronted without also engaging us, and maybe that's why I don't want to say it. But that's the reality. And actually all this happening of the issues of inclusion, most times that sex workers are seen as women at always the margin, but also because we are seen and considered as women, as bad women, or labeled as bad women who have turned around to be against our culture and religion. The reality is sex work is an old profession, probably the oldest profession, more than agriculture. And actually what we are doing is decolonizing sexuality. Because for me, as someone is saying, here is my daughter, you pay these many cows to go and have free sex, for me I'm saying, for For me, I'm saying you have to pay me this much, and for this, time period. So for me, that is the level of empowerment. If I can negotiate for safer sex. By the way, just to say safer sex, paid sex, either prepaid, postpaid, or pay as you earn. It depends on the package that you want. Yes, but these are things that many of us do not want to talk about the reality, because the assumption is these are bedroom issues, bedroom matters, then you don't have to bring it in public. And they even go ahead talk about, hey, those are the private parts should not be discussed in public spaces. And yet our private parts are always with us in all public spaces, right? Yes. So you can't leave. Yeah, so for me, that is the reality about sex work. Sex workers are very empowered, proud women, and the only challenge is the systemic exclusion that actually makes us more vulnerable. When we talk about the multiple and intersecting sex workers, we are talking about aging sex workers, aging that is 50 and above, but you're still on duty and you know what to do. We are talking about sex workers using and injecting drugs. We are talking about sex workers living with disability. We are talking about sex workers living with the HIV, but also those in the rural and peri-urban, because the experiences also are very completely different. When you come to metropolitan city, we shall talk about decrease of sex work, decrease of access to safe abortion, a decrease about social protection. When you go to Karamoja, a sex worker is going to be asking for a mobile clinic to provide services, or even to just access a commodity, and she will go ahead and define this is a condom or a lubricant. But for us, we are saying that when we are intentional, we are deliberate on our program, but also we take the center stage on programs that speak to our needs and priorities, and we dictate what we want. Services are reached to everyone. We are able to stand out for our rights. We are able to speak out, for example, issues of femicide. We have the collective, probably the biggest collective movement, but also we appreciate the women movement. I know Professor was talking about, do we have this movement? Does it exist? The movement is actually me. The woman movement is me, and I'm a proud product of being mentored by the women movement, the feminist women's rights movement. And maybe that's how we connect with, with Penny. And she spent 3 years on our board, and for her, every time she would talk about was women taking the front seat, women being at the midst of discussion of issues that concerning, because our body is not politics, but of course the laws, the legal framework decides that, or tends to do that. How do you bring a policy? For sure, sexual offences bill in parliament, but when you know there is a massive women of women who are actually benefiting in some of these sections that you read. At this level, in this era, we should be talking about progressive laws, because whatever was proposed in that bill, for sure, was from the penal code. And we all know what is in the penal code. We are pushing as a movement to say, can we repeal this penal code that actually are promoting criminalization, systemic exclusion, stigma, discrimination, name it, and empower communities and create an enabling environment where we can thrive. Someone is talking about a woman living with disability. Indeed, we met women whereby someone would control, have this room, you come as a client and you look at them and you say, I want that one. Then how much? You don't even give the money to this girl, but you pay to the pimp. That is violence. That is not choice. That is not empowerment. And those are the things that make sex work a vulnerable profession. But yet we believe that if we are to decriminalize sex work, we will be able to see protection of minors into sex work. We will be able to see sex workers thriving, owning such mansions. History tells us that the women in YC, or the way YC was structured, it's actually sex workers who developed that area. But today we are negotiating for 3,000. But those days, women would negotiate for sex work in exchange of houses, land, cars, Lamborghinis. Yeah, so I think for us, the systemic exclusion, the bad laws, the attitude, and we are saying that we need to decolonize. decolonize our power, our bodily autonomy, choice. When do I have children? Who do I have sex with? How much am I going to charge them? I mean, name it. So for us, it's what now we are looking up to. And I think it's until we take that center stage and we grab the bull by its horns, the strategy and the tools we are using for the zebra and the other animals. Yes. So it's important for us to eat ourselves, work collectively, work in solidarity with the women, because all of us are women. I've talked about prepaid, post-paid, and pay as you earn. It means every woman is a sex worker at some point, but it's just that we charge different packages and different.
And some of us do bulungi wansi. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, McLean. And you see, at this point, it would be a good. Oh, please clap. Yeah. Yes, but you see, this is a good place. I bet there's so many questions that are going through your heads. There are so many submissions that you want, but fear is holding you back. You see how you exclude yourself willingly, you know? Yes, but also, there are conversations that we then begin to ask, is it that there are things we need to do better, or should we just go back to what worked? Because if we are negotiating well in YC, like, should we then be looking for other options, or saying, can we go back and read the books of the ones who came before us and figure out how you're negotiating better? So at times you're not even looking for new solutions. You just need to go back to what worked in the past. But thank you very much, McLean, for that engaging submission. Also, McLean mentioned a couple of words which I'm sure if I did a quiz here, some of you would not be able to answer, but still, you have refused to engage in the KIMEEZA. She kept saying decrim, and some of you were looking like, I shall not tell you, but let's go on and hear from Agaba. And Agaba, we've come from a place where we've engaged with, that the different identities that are excluded. We've talked about disability. We've gone into sex work. We've gone into the queer movement. We've gone into just media and, tools. And you have done a paper on ageism. You see yourselves? Yeah. And on that note, Femport, you need to add another column, the other side, because now we are in the last column. So, of age. Those days were in the first one. But anyway, so in regard to the conversation around ageism, what would your response be, again, in line with the conversation that has been had and the conversation around exclusion? What would your submissions be around navigating the politics of ageism, and what does that mean in the work that we do, especially given the fact that Uganda has been called one of the youngest countries in the world, but also the NRM government boasts of ever increasing levels of literacy, boasts that of women going to school, and yet clearly from the keynote, the storm is getting bigger. Yes, but also when it comes to the feminist spaces, a lot of times the question of the gap between, and I hate this word, but no one has found another way to describe what I'm going to say, that the older feminists don't understand the younger feminists, and the younger ones don't understand themselves and don't understand the older ones. Then they're Gen Zs and they're millennials. Then when you're in a room and you dare say that, I remember there's a time we had a long lecture by Dr. Sylvia Tamale, long, on why do you call us older feminists? We have our place. And she gave very key, and actually the people who have challenged that concept the most have been the academia. Because I've heard Dr. Sylvia speak about the language. I've heard Dr. Hichide speak about that language of older and younger, like what exactly, the rights don't know younger, older. So what would your submission be around that in light of the work that you have done, which is backed by research, it's not feelings? Yes.
This mic, oh, it works, yes. Thank you very much for this opportunity, Femforte and Isabella. As Isabella said, we go way back. We met through the debate fracas, where when I heard her saying, if you have points of information, it was always combative. So when I heard her saying that, I said, don't take us back. There's some trauma there. But ageism, and you've said it very well, and you're going to forgive me if I use all those words she has talked about. Older feminists.
A point of information. This is where you choose your neighbors wisely.
Older feminists, younger feminists, middle-aged feminists, because also age is something that is very controversial and very difficult to unpack. And for us women, age is so delicate because we are always trapped in a state of youthhood. People want us to be youth forever, to look good forever, to have that makeup forever. If they see you aging, there is a problem with that. The hair we've started coming. And so because of that, then people are forced to change their appearance to stay in a state of permanent youthhood or permanent younghood, right? So every time people talk about aging, they talk about the older people, and yet ageism is something that refers to everyone. So I attempted a definition. You'll forgive me, I come from the academic background, so I can't help but want to look at things. So ageism could refer to stereotypes, that is how we think, prejudice, how we feel, and discrimination, how we act towards others. Based on age, it affects everyone. It's not only for older people or younger people, but it is discrimination of any age, right? So I wanted to structure this into what are some of the common perceptions. I'm going to start with perceptions of younger feminists towards older feminists. You're going to hear words like Gen Z and millennial, and I'm going to lump those together, the Gen Z and millennial. And then you have what you would call the Generation X. Maybe let me say, if I was to give an age group, let's say for Gen Z and millennial, let me say 21 to 40. And then for maybe Gen X, I'm going to skip and go to maybe 50 years and above. So I'm going to contextualize that just to be able to follow that conversation. But we know nothing is neat when it comes to age. You can be 21 acting 40. You can be 40 acting 20. So I'll try as much as that. So what are some of the perceptions of younger women towards older women? So there's a recognition that older women have been vital for the feminist movement. They've lobbied. Professor Ichide gave all the things they've done, advances in rights, voting rights, affirmative action, constitution, reproductive rights. The list is endless. So there is that recognition of all the advances that have been done. Having said that, there are some critical nuances here that maybe I could talk about. One, you have different perceptions of what feminist ideology means. And Professor Ichide said something about some people not even wanting to call themselves feminists. So you find that usually older feminists have been seen to run away from that word because of the connotations around it. While younger women, you're seeing them embracing this word, owning it, and getting urgency from it. But also, in terms of issues, the issues that were prioritized by the, let's say, Gen X, were issues to do with voting rights, reproductive rights, gender equity issues. And so there is a bit of a push when it comes to younger people issues. Younger people issues are a bit sometimes different. Someone talked about queer women. You'll go somewhere and you're an older, let's say from your Gen X, and you're hearing someone talking about prostitutes, sex workers, and you say, am I in the wrong place? I know we say this is feminism, but where are we now? Where have we gone? So you're seeing younger people prioritizing those issues of sexual minorities, issues of self-care. Younger people talk about the fact that they believe that people, older feminists, sorry, I'm going to keep using that word, almost romanticized burnout at work, or they had situations around them that was difficult to advocate against burnout. So you're seeing younger people talking about issues of mental health and drawing implication to the issue of romanticizing hard work or work that kills you. And then another issue is around gatekeeping of opportunities. Young people, I'm coming to you, so don't be here feeling very good. Gatekeeping of opportunities. There is a perception that whilst older feminists fought to get into places of power from the patriarchal structures. Sometimes they replicate the same patriarchal tendencies characterized by statism in power. How is this seen? This is seen through funding flaws, where donors often prefer older figures' names over usually younger collectives, which are under-resourced. Representation. You see all the feminists still dominating formal advocacy spaces. I was having a discussion today when we were talking about women MPs that are coming in and coming out. I don't even want to mention names, but you know someone who can get onto a position and hold on to it until you die, which creates such a problem in the sense that if you're talking about the statism of patriarchal political power, why are we as a feminist collection replicating those same strategies that are very detrimental to us, right? So the other issue is the issue of paternalistic or maternalistic tendencies that are sometimes exhibited by who you would consider to be older feminists towards younger feminists. The respect of the elder syndrome, which comes, so I'm very think to say Africa, because they told me, well, how sure are we that it's Africa? But from our upbringing, we are told to respect the elder. The elder has the final word. You don't respond when the elder says something. The elder has the voice of noise, and the elder has the voice of respect. But what happens when the elder is acting in ways that are not worth of that respect? Also, this respect of elder syndrome, at which point does the elder give reign or some kind of autonomy to the younger one? Differently put, at which stage would one say that the younger one now holds good enough information to take the reins? If we don't do that, are we replicating the Bazukulu perpetually? You know someone who refers to us as Bazukulu. So, if that person refers to the young people as Bazukulu, that is trapping you in a state of youthhood, where let's say you're 32 years old, but you don't have control of anything in your life. You're still at your parents' home, your parent is still catering for you, and then the same person comes and says, these young people have failed to move on. For us, we moved on. But allow them. Where are the spaces where those people where are the spaces you're creating for those people to be able to take that reign that you're talking about? So young people, I know you're getting very, very comfortable. Let me come to you. What are some of the perceptions of older women towards young women, right? So on the whole, we recognize the energy, the enthusiasm, the life that has been injected into the movement. It's there. Let's not say I'm also against this thing that says where are the young people? Where they are here. We are here. They are organizing. So while we appreciate that enthusiasm, that energy that they've brought on board, the innovation, sometimes it is perceived in a certain way by the older feminists. So one of those things could be the changing gender roles and expectations, which I talked about. In a rapidly changing world right now, you're seeing gender roles changing, right? Whereby we see that many older feminists grew up in a society where women's roles were more restricted. They were focused on obedience, domestic duties, endurance. And now you're seeing young women starting to assert their own rights, demand equality, pursue and be very vocal. Recently, I was in Nairobi and I was seeing the Gen Z running the Nairobi and saying, Ruto must go, insulting Ruto, which sometimes older people are like, do we need to insult him? So the way young people and the methods young people use sometimes are seen as entitlement and disrespect by older people. So older people think that sometimes younger women and younger feminists have a sense of non-recognition of the sacrifices and the conditions under which the older feminists had to work. They feel that the young people want change too fast without working as hard and enduring many sacrifices. And then the energy and excitement I've talked about sometimes is perceived as being allergic to sane and seasoned advice. Advice yomukulu nzemba deo, I know, I've been here, I know what I'm talking about, right? And then back to that issue which we talked about of respect for all elders, is still a cornerstone in very many countries where we come from. How do you balance that respect versus speaking out, challenging decisions, demanding equal treatment? How do you speak out? Because many times, sometimes it's perceived as disrespect, as a sense of arrogance, and as a sense of entitlement. And then another one is internalized misogyny or policing. So in patriarchal societies, sometimes inadvertently, older women have become enforcers of the very norms that oppressed them. I suffered, so should you suffer. Some of these are replicated through systems of oppression in workspaces because they had no choice but to endure them. So having fought so much to open these spaces for themselves, some have been perceived to then inadvertently end up closing off those spaces. And also there's a bit of resentment when something seemed to come easier because of the work and all the sacrifices of the older feminists. When they come easier to young feminists and they seem to take them for granted. And then younger feminists attaching an expiration date to their older feminists. Where do you want them to go? This is ageism in the very sense of the word. In your desire to access spaces, sometimes young people seek to render the older feminists almost of no value. They look at them as an expired replica. You invite someone to sit at the back of the room and say nothing. So sometimes it could explain why you could strive to hold on to power because of the fear of becoming useless or an expired replica to your generation. Last but not least is apathetic. The apathetic nature of many younger feminists, in the sense that right now there is a marriage bill 2024. How many of us are aware of what is going on with it in this room? Let's be honest, because I'm going to ask you a question. Yes. Okay. So you can see how many they are. We are in this room. Sarah Upendo passed a marriage bill. The marriage bill, they even passed a polygamy. Recently, the court turned down polygamy, right? Upendo went and did a bill. In it, they outlawed cohabitation. You know, they talked about polygamy. They snuck polygamy into civil marriages. In it, they talked about something to do with sharing of debt by both men and women. So there are very many disturbing things in that bill. But do we know where it is? So it's that apathetic nature which sometimes we are accused of, which presents as not carrying what was started, dropping it essentially, or wanting to start different things. Yet it's better to build than always to want to change or disrupt whatever is going on. So where do we find the middle ground? The middle ground is most of the discussions we've had here. But what I want to say is, as long as we extend respect and critique, where you feel that you have to ask yourself, how do I consciously or unconsciously think about the different age groups in this movement? Because we're talking about inclusion. So I want to end it there. Thank you.
Yes, please. And you have now stood. You just continue from there. In Club Obligato, this is how it used to be.
Okay. I had something for Dr. Hikire, but Agaba has co-opted my things. Human, am I really going to say my things when you're recording me like this?
Let him turn his microphone to Sanyu. You continue. I'm
going to be censored. Let me censor for a bit. So, Dr. Agaba, love what you said. Absolutely agree. And now I want to speak for me. I'm falling in the middle here, not older feminists, not younger feminists, in the middle there. And I find that I have a bit of a problem. Let me speak the truth. A problem with the younger feminists. I feel like the older generation did a great job. They gave us things that, man, we can't imagine. The other day I found out that at some point recently, not 100 years ago, women could not open a bank account in this country. But that generation doesn't know about that. So as someone who's creeping towards the older feminist gap, I feel like we are undermining the pains that they went through and the things that they did for us. So I have like a small car grad, small. When they're saying, me, I don't want to over hustle, I just want to stay at home and chill. Man, someone fought for your right to stay at home and chill. So my question is, how do we then find the middle ground? I know FemFort has a virtual library, maybe, because we can't forget where we've come from. It's been bad. And this attitude that the younger ones have, guys, I'm sorry, it's kind of like, what's up, guys? Why do we even need feminism? Like, things are okay. Like, which makes it chinuma. Then the marriage bill. Panange. This thing has been here for so many years. We are tired of keeping up. We are tired. Every day they bring something new. Now it's called the marriage bill. Now it's called the marriage and divorce bill. Now it can't be called this. So it's hard to keep up. It's very important for us. It's been on the floor for how many years? So many years. So my other question is, how do we, not lose the energy? How do we keep up? How do we not kokoa?
Thank you very much. And I will invite Dapen to Agaba to respond to the issue of internalized misogyny. And then I don't know whether you should respond to all, because you've also spoken a little too much. But you first, you will respond to internalized misogyny. Yeah. I'm sorry and ashamed. Okay, you answer all of them. Anyway, you please respond to all of them, and then I'm going to ask Jackie to bring the microphone to Dr. Hichire to do a rejoinder on some of the things. But Daphne, as you close whatever you're going to say, please introduce us into please usher us into the concept of gatekeeping, which you opened briefly. So could you define it, center it, and then we will move to Dr. Hichire and then come to Kemi for her question. Yeah. Thank you. Over to you.
Many questions. Isn't it one question from Akira? Oh, I don't remember the others. I'm sorry. So
So there's one on internalized misogyny. There's one on older women in enforcing their suffering. I don't know why I wrote.
Who said that? Okay. Misogyny.
You know what? Just deal with the misogyny and deal with the apathetic nature of feminism.
Yes.
But it's in my notes. But
so the apathy. Let me start from apathy. I think that is where I ended up on. And Kira, is it Kira? Kira made the point of how we take for granted all the work that has been done before us. And yet, you ended on a very ironic note. You said we are tired. You're tired, Ali. These women, do you know where the professor is here? She's going to tell you how they started the Constitutional Assembly, all the losses they did. Domestic Relations Bill, the men laughed it off Parliament. They said, I took it, and they laughed it off Parliament. They changed it to marriage. The men came back and laughed it off of. How do you tell me I'm raping my wife? This is a period of 20, 30 years. So aren't we getting tired early? And the young people, we like the word, we are tired. We are tired too early. We have to pull up our socks and start working and really get into the mud of things. And also, it's not sexy, for lack of a better word, to not know what is happening in a movement for which you speak for. We should inform ourselves. So, like for me, my homework to you is go and all download the marriage bill 2024, because it's right now before Parliament. There is something you can contribute. Religious leaders are contributing. People who know nothing about this bill. Let me tell you, if you could hear the things and submissions people say in those, and all the information that you have here, we have to find a way of contributing to this marriage bill, because it's going to be passed into law tomorrow, into a law that is unimplementable, essentially, because the people who fronted it before Parliament had their own agenda. So let's get involved. Let's know what's happening on everything that we say concerns us. That is on the apathy. The internalized misogyny is the thing I talked about, where you fight for something, but you end up replicating the same thing, right? So you say the president is not leaving power, but then when you get into that position of power, you do the same patriarchal kind of tendencies that were there. Or you know how they say women, we are very good at gatekeeping culture. You become the one who gatekeeps others. That one is too indecent. That one talks loudly. That one is who are you? Why are you a feminist? That one is queer. That one is not going to heaven. You end up inadvertently gatekeeping feminism. It's for everyone. It is, and it's supposed to open. What always makes me laugh in Uganda is the way people want to run away from feminism and have demonized feminism. And so they ask you, I've been in very far there, so you're also a feminist. Why are you asking me in that note? Yes, I am a feminist. And then you start defending yourself like as if it's a crime against humanity. Let's own our feminism. We are feminists. These were sacrifices that were done for us, and we should all be feminists.
We are seeing the people who are not clapping. And please go ahead.
Yes, and then last but not least, I think I have answered that. And you told me to invite the next speaker.
No, to just introduce the concept of gatekeeping, because we're going to go into that.
Yes, I've said it. Gatekeeping opportunities, gatekeeping funding, gatekeeping representation, gatekeeping, and then gatekeeping even the way things are done. I wanted to share a little story, not even a story, very little example. And I'm going to share it even with the professor here, because we are essentially colleagues at work. There is the online thing that has come. You know how online has taken and digital space has taken us over. And every time I'm in the meetings of School of Women and Gender Studies where I work, there is always the fight of, let's say, how are we going to teach our students? Some people are saying online, some people are saying physically. You can imagine who is on the online time and who is on the physical. But also, I am sort of outnumbered there. Let me also say that. So usually, online space, you see that kind of almost, what is it called? Resistance to the online spaces. And yet this is where young people, you're going to find them. They are engaging on online spaces. They are on Twitter, they are on YouTube, they are on X. So if we don't find ways of bridging that gap, there's already that divide of which platforms are we now using to engage. They are changing. While before it used to be dialogues like this, we came and talked. Right now we have a blended dialogue. Some people are online. So how are we going to blend those things so that it caters to all generations across this thing? If we don't work on ourselves internally, then it will be very easy to break us up externally. I want to end on that note.
Thank you very much. I see you. Yes, you ask because Dr. Hichire will close this particular. Yes. Could one of the FEMPOD team members hand over a microphone?
Thank you very much. My name is Esther Awor. My question is still on ageism. Thank you so much, Dr. Agaba, for your very elaborative submission. And it goes that in this world where we have everything is evolving, everything for some reason or another, right? We move from one step to another. The challenges keep evolving, right? Back then we were fighting, we need to be equal. We have a constitution now that talks about equality. Now we have issues of femicide. We have new evolving matters that are coming up, right? So again, the battles that the older feminists were fighting may be a little different to some extent to the battles that the new feminists now are fighting and keep evolving towards, because the human rights evolve in nature, right? So as we think we are remedying a solution, we may be even creating another, so we need to keep fighting. So then how do we as feminists continue to evolve with the intergenerational challenges that come up, and evolve with the older feminists and the new feminists like myself that are really coming up, but work together in collaboration so that there's no friction, right, in terms of the solutions that we are looking towards getting. Thank you.
We will keep whatever rejoinder you have for when you next come in, but ask Dr. Ahichire to submit and hopefully begin to answer that question. And in case Agaba has anything to add, she will do it when she comes back. Yes.
I wanted to maintain the spirit of the KIMEEZA, that we have a conversation, and then after we can, we can pull out the main issues that we want to take away. So I wanted to donate my minutes. But for Agaba, we shall meet in the...
You're donating your minutes to who?
The KIMEEZA.
Okay, but the KIMEEZA people have not expressed interest. Everyone who has expressed interest has. Oh, okay. Yes, please. And then after you will come and take on Kemi.
So thank you very much. Call me Machu. It takes me back to home. My village, Kanungu, Masya. So feel free to call me Machu. I want to just follow up on the question. And I know we have different generations of feminists, and I'm looking at Jackie, at the same time looking at Professor and other elder sisters who are not here. And I would really love to learn from you, speaking about this tension that happens between the different age groups. I assume even those days there were different age groups. Sisters were growing into the movement at different stages. How was it then? I was one of the team that went to Parliament over the marriage and divorce bill. And on return, we had a feedback meeting that was organized by the elder sisters in the feminism movement. And I must say, being one of those people who was in the room and hearing the feedback the elder sisters were giving us, that we did not do well. No wonder there was backlash based on what the media put out there. Put me in a place of thinking, are we being well mentored? Do they believe that we have capacity? I don't fall in the generation of young. I don't fall in the generation of old. I'm 40 and above. I assume I've gathered experience that enables me to go before Parliament and present the women of Uganda. But that feeling came, and it makes us think what is not being done right. And I would love to hear from all of us. Thank you.
About where to go, let's bring the conversation back here, okay? And at this point, we're going to invite Kemi. And Kemi, your Agaba began to have a conversation around the concept of gatekeeping, which is really a concept that perpetuates the control of power and keeps it for a select audience. And when we look at the space that you're part of, which is really the digital space, who controls power in the digital space, and how do you see digital media, digital tools as a tool to check and dismantle that power?
Okay, thank you for the question. I think I'd like to start by demystifying what I do. I don't usually assume that people understand what I do because it's fairly still new. So I work in digital content creation. I'm a podcaster. I produce podcasts, but also what I've done with my colleagues at Kama Digital is to build a curriculum for content creators to be able to professionalize their work and actually start to make money. To formalize our space, we see a world where people don't see content creation as just vibes, because it can be a profession. We've been doing it, so we know. And so we are not gatekeeping that information, am I right? We are making sure that younger people, there's so many talented young people that are coming up every day, they're being taken advantage of. Even they don't know exactly how to do what they are doing properly. They don't know contracts, etc. So we are creating a community where we can, impart knowledge. We even want to build an association so that we just have also legal, standing and just formalize what we do. So that's just to tell you what I do. Now, who controls the space? What's interesting, and I can't claim to know every content creator in the country, but from the sample space that we have here in Kampala and Entebbe, and we've so far worked with about 70 content creators, and 99% of them are women. That's wild to me. Like, I was like, does it mean we're actually in a space that's female dominated? How often does that happen? So that's something actually that really excited me. I was like, wow. I mean, I know there's also an angle where maybe a lot of people see it as a girly thing, as in who is coming in front of the camera to welcome you to their YouTube channel. I don't know what. We're seeing it like a girly thing. But, those are things, those are sometimes minor things that can be changed as long as we find the way to make money, to have actual power in that space. Because marketing is digital. Academia is becoming digital. Like, so many things we're not going to exist in so many spaces without digital communications. So there is power there, and we have to draw towards. I mean, if women can control more and more of that space, I say yes, please. I say yes, please. So I don't want to say that we are necessarily controlling, but we are the majority. It's still not fully, in the place that we want it to be, but we're definitely taking up a lot more space than our male counterparts. Now, how are we utilizing what we are building to not to gatekeep, but also to ensure that women in particular, since we are actually even the majority of creators, are making the most of that space and actually making sure our voices are heard, our talent, our creativity is seen. I wrote down some of these things so I wouldn't forget, but Agaba talked about gatekeeping, how things are done, gatekeeping monetization. So in creating a curriculum, one of the things that we had in mind is, another thing, I can't remember who said it, said, where are the spaces that, I don't know, let's say the government is building for young people, and in particular women, to build businesses, like to prosper economically, and more so in non-traditional things, because digital communications or let's say social media content creation is still very non-traditional. We're still figuring our way around it. So where are the spaces? And I think what we're trying to do is to make sure that we can build some of those spaces for ourselves. Granted, it's difficult because there are some things that hold us back in the way our structures are structured, but nonetheless, at least we know that we can give this knowledge. We can ensure that people know how to manage their work properly, that they can be professional, that there's, I believe it was in 2023 when, forgive me, I can't remember her name, but there's a lady who won a Nobel Prize in economics for her study of the gender pay gap globally. And if you've never read it, it's very interesting. And bringing it closer to home, it's interesting that even in the countries that are first world and so on and so forth, this is still such a big thing. And there's something really interesting that somewhere in the study she talks about, and I'll just quote, the largest pay gaps occur in careers with the least temporal flexibility. Now let me stop there because the English must be explained. Temporal flexibility means the ability to adjust hours to attend to priorities. We're women, so a lot of childcare. Let me start with childcare itself, because it's an important part for most of us of existing, that we are mothers and so on. And most work doesn't allow for that. And so as a result, we are paid less because you're working less hours, you are on leave, not all that leave is paid, and so on and so forth. And so one of the amazing things I feel about the digital economy that we are building, even around social media, that seems kind of whatever, is that you have an opportunity to build work that has this temporal flexibility, that you can choose how you're structuring the way you work without compromising on how you're earning. I think that's a really powerful tool, and we are still harnessing it. We're still helping people understand that if you can build your career in this way in the digital world, if you can build, professional structures, formalize your businesses, you're never going to scale if you're not formal. With these young women that we are working with, like some of them are all the way to like 21, 22. And if we can show them how to do that, then we are taking back we're taking something new even. We're not even taking back, we're creating like a new thing where we have this temporal flexibility. And also, we are not gatekeeping the information. Like we are saying, for us, we have learned how to do 1, 3. Now also let us teach you, and let us even keep learning so that we can build something that is awesome, something that is really awesome, and something that and again, a place where actually women are the majority. That's still something to me that I feel is a win, because even in the way we communicate and so on, it's not to say that, oh my God, now the men should not be part. I feel like usually when you say that, immediately you're inviting the people, but now what about, but like, is that the most important thing actually? Because it's voluntary. No one is stopping anyone from creating content or from loving it. But if women are embracing it, then okay, let's go. And we're not keeping the information. Yeah.
Me, I bring the equity lens to it while thinking about our health sector, and I also want to talk about the digital economy. One of the reasons I joined TikTok, even if I was in that age where they were saying TikTok was not for us, is because I feel that TikTok keeps me in touch with the ordinary Ugandan or the ordinary person. And I feel that sometimes when we are coming to these conversations, and forgive me because I think I'm also guilty for it. I feel like we center these conversations around us in Kampala or in our cities, Gulu City, Fort Portal City, Mbarara City. But when you go to TikTok, you start to see a shift in the way people are communicating about their issues and things. And I think that the digital economy in Uganda has somewhat contributed to exclusion of certain people, women, and so when I'm also thinking about what Dr. Agaba said, that the debate between whether it's online or in person, for me, it's that person in Kabera Maido does not have access to even the internet. And yet we continuously progress, as women and talk about the movement. And that population is actually a significant part of the population. So even while we think about AI and how we integrate it in our ways of working, I really want us to bring the equity analysis into how we are analyzing the politics of inclusion in our country. And I think this also applies to our health sector. I've been very hesitant to share this example, but I don't know if you're all like me and you're a junkie for health things. There was a season where it's like they hired certain influencers to promote certain contraceptives. And I was so disturbed by that. Because it was really reflective of the fact that there was a lack of consultation in the way this promotion was done, because it was not really, considering what the things a person needs to talk to their health service provider about. But, I understood that whoever was marketing that contraception was just looking at the fact that that person had enough followers and had also built trust with their audience. And so they knew that their audience would jump on that. And so as we and I really like this because Kemi, you're doing things about like training content creators to not forget about, that, like, yes, I understand we have to make money, but we have to think about the other implications of the things that people are doing and marketing, even if they are monetizing their content or their platforms. So just wanted to share that from the health and then bringing an equity lens as we move forward as the movement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juliana. Kemi, would you like to continue with that conversation on especially minimum standards, and then we'll bring it over to Riza as well for a rejoinder. Yeah, over to you.
Okay, thank you so much. That was such a rich contribution. So I think I'll start with the part of the ethics. That's such a big concern even for us as we teach. It's a part of our curriculum. Because the challenge, it's pros and cons. One of the challenges of the internet is everyone can start a podcast right now. You can just get your phone and start a podcast, and people are listening to you. You, like, literally anybody. And so, in trying to formalize that means now, how do we get people to understand that we are now part of media? Actually, what we say matters, what we say influences, not just buying, not just the purchasing of retail or whatever, but also how people are thinking, how they are forming their ideas around things like feminism. So it's definitely like an important thing that we're trying to make it a thing, like that. If you are one of the things we've been seeing a lot, and it's not just here, by the way, it's in probably all over the world, is that someone will say, you know what, I'm passionate about, for example, motherhood or relationship and marriage. And then they position themselves to become a sort of counselor without training. And I've seen that a lot. And so we're like, this thing is actually not okay. People are paying them to get their advice, to pay for their time. Have you even studied what is required to be studied to do this? No. So aren't you just now misleading people based on your feelings or your, your life experience, which is all well and good, but it's not enough. So I believe that's really important. I'm glad you pointed it out. It's something that we, even in Media Challenge Initiative does a lot of work around media. And so they've been like really core partners because they're training journalists. And so, that journalistic, the ethics and all the things they teach them now have to become important to us as creators, because we are coming out here and sharing with people news. Are you actually checking your facts? Are you, all of these? Some people are getting their news from a creator they like, not from the newspaper, not from, it is that creator they like, but is that creator mindful of how they're sharing the information that they share? So I think that's really important. And then I'm also glad that you talked about, outside of Kampala, Entebbe, and all the cities, because there's no other way to say it. It definitely requires funding. I really see, because now, especially on TikTok, how TikTok is really, it's created this very open space where it's not just for elites or what everybody, can be a TikToker. You can sit in the village somewhere and do your TikToks. Yeah, so there's a gap, of course, for us to also provide this learning, this information, whether we're talking about the ethics and the professionalization and the making of money, to all these other so many women that are creating something. Maybe they don't even know they have something of value. Maybe they're farmers who are just sharing with us about their tomatoes. They don't know that actually that can become something very important, So there's definitely a gap for us to widen. And one of our future things that we are hoping for is to be able to do that and to do it in a way, because right now it's, we have to be able to feed the project by making money from it. So we're trying to also attract the kind of funding that can allow us to go outside of here, because there's so much talent. TikTok has shown us, if nothing else, that there's people, dozens, who are actually just sitting with their phone and doing something. Yes, that's my contribution.
Much. Yes, Riza.
Do I even have something to add after Kemi?
It is okay, we can leave you. But anyway.
Akitengu, are you violent to me? So I wanted to thank you so much, Kemi, for the work that you do and for the conversations you've brought into the space. I wanted to just add that the internet is a tool, and just like any tool, the hands that wield it are what make it, whether formidable or not. So the internet being a tool is not just for, let's say, content creators or people who have a huge following or who have a public standing and use the internet for that kind of thing. You, as the end users of this internet and technology, also have power. So before you share, before you retweet, before you screen record that TikTok and share it to your other audience, you also do some fact checking and deepening of your understanding on that topic before you share that information further. So that Kemi and her team are not doing the heavy lifting of, talking to content creators to do all. Even us as individuals, we have the power because we are the consumers of this content. So we are the ones who are pushing this content. So for, just from the point of the influencers who are doing the contraceptive drive, right? As the consumers of that content, and therefore those contraceptives, we have more power than the person who is pushing the message because we are consuming it. So before you repost, before you share, before you screenshot, take back your power. Start with self, and that's the theme that we usually talk about. Start with yourself as the end consumer of this content, because the more this content gets consumed through likes, through reposts, through shares, the more viral it goes because of the nature of platforms and how they work, obviously, right? And even them, they are looking at the end thing, which is money as a platform. before the content creator as an individual or as a group. As a platform, it's looking at money. So if Sandra is a content creator who garners, let's say 1.4 million views, obviously they're going to want to push my content to replicate that viral moment. So as the end consumers of content, the power is upon you to either stop the flow of false information or further the flow of verified information. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much, Riza. So I see one, so you'll go first, you'll go second, but before you come in, the team, could you help me move the microphone to her, and then from there we'll come here, there, then after. Please, now I'm going to give you numbers. Number 1, your number 2. Then you are number 3. Yes. Then Shamim, you're number 4. So I don't know why number 4 has the microphone. Then you are number 5. Okay. And then you're number 6. And then you're number 6, and then you're number 7. If you forget your number, that is where we leave you. Okay. But before we hear number 1, I would like Alex to begin to prepare to share with us some of the tools, the innovations, okay, that you are working with to ensure that there is more inclusion and the gap around communication is bridged, okay? And as you answer that question, Alex, answer it from a very privileged position as someone who actually knows, because the people in this room were not even able to greet you. That was the level of ignorance of our sign language. So if we were not able to greet you, then we don't even know where to start from in regard to all the myths, you know, and around issues in communication, in inclusion within the disability space. But also, because of your privilege of information, you come to this conversation as someone who in answering needs to recognize that we are very ignorant and we've also made a lot of assumptions. And so please use the time to also debunk some of the assumptions and myths that you've come across in your work and how you're working around closing that gap. Now, I've asked you that question so that you have the time from question 1 to question 6 to question 7 to give us a very elaborate response, because it also there's so many questions within that question. Yeah. We good? Okay, number 1, please.
Okay. Hello. Good afternoon. Hey, I'm not number 1. I was number 1. You're number 1. Okay, go ahead.
Number 0.
Sorry, I thought I was number 1. Sorry, please. Oh, okay, number 0. Good afternoon, team. Thank you for having us. I would like to add a voice. My name is Haulana Lubega, and I work with the WILAP, Islamic Women Initiative for Justice, Law and Peace. I would like to add a voice on are we teams? Are we working together? Are we part of the teams that drop those bills that they put out there for us? Let's say about the marriage bill. Previously, it was the DRB thrown out, the marriage bill. Since we are not working together, we have different beliefs and how we stand in different aspects of life. Like the concept of polygamy. Muslims believe in polygamy as per the Quran. And then you put there a bill when Muslims are not even consulted. Yes, some of us might not like polygamy, yes, but it's there in our faith. So how do we rally behind the people who don't believe in what? Polygamy. How do we support you guys? And then also, you have also your own pastors who are here and there about polygamy. They're like, okay, it's okay. If one wants married who is already a Catholic, yes, yes, yes. Then that means we are not amongst the teams that are consulted to do these things. How about why is it that we don't align? If you're Christians, rally behind the policy and say, we stand by this. Not going to parliament and you're contradicting yourselves. And when we go back to the language issue, when you talk about sexual reproductive health rights, in Islam, even abortion is allowed. But how do you even tell a Muslim woman that you can abort? How do you bring it out there? They just say even family planning is not allowed. So the thing is, how do we bring this information out? And we are not we are not ganging on people. You like I think last month we had a conference in Budaka. Some of us are Luganda speakers and English, but the language itself, we had the sessions were in Lugweri. So some of us who speak English and Luganda, we were always, are you understanding? Do you get me? But then what you're putting out to the people, are they agreeing with what you're saying? Are you teaching them what you're supposed to teach them? Instead of hosting people in Kampala, Simanya Sheraton by 4 points, are you impacting on your people? Are you impacting on people, or you're hosting me who already knows what to do? Because if it comes to domestic violence, I know if I want out or I'll stay. But there is this woman who doesn't even know that being beaten up, being denied abortion rights, being denied family planning is already a problem. So my stand out is, let's do our work. Let's go in there when they are drafting bills. People sat on their rights when they are making consultations. They sat on their rights. How do we help others? Thank you.
Thank you very much, number 0. We are going to wait for the people who are going to invite us to share up 1 by 4. Yes, number 1.
Wow. Mine goes to Kemi. Kemi, in this very transformative world where we have artificial intelligence and every other day it's evolving, right? Where we have things that can clone people's voices, features, right? When somebody's cloning is if I'm speaking right now, and then say if I'm a digital content creator, and let's say maybe Uncle Mo or anyone, right? And they have this they have these numbers, and somebody wants to use their voice, and without even paying them can just clone that and use their content. But now even in the speaking for the various women, as you said, 99% of the people out there creating content are women. How can they protect themselves from, say, copyright? They have created this particular content and it's going out there, but they're not even getting paid for what they are doing, right? Because content creation alone takes a lot of time. You may have to make sure the voice is right, the pictures are right, everything is right. But again, they're not making as much money from this kind of content that they are creating. And so when it comes to things like originality of the work they have done, most of the time they are duplicated, and the people who duplicate this work actually are getting more money than the original creators of this content. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Joanna Mito. I have the pleasure of working with FIDA Uganda. And thank you so much, our panelists. And to number 1 for preempting my question. My issue was also around technology, being a young person, being also a young feminist. I thought I would bring the advocacy aspect to this conversation for a minute. I work at FIDA, and we are currently having an online campaign on TFGBV. And I see that that could be probably the future of advocacy, because we have the media channels that are coming up, we have technology coming up, and you can even right now, there are influencers out there that are sort of activists, and people believe what they say, yet by the book, they are probably wrong. So, how do we leverage these spaces to ensure that we have advocacy, but with like the right lens, not based on, okay, I feel this way, this is what I'm saying, and then everyone else sort of believes it. But also, I'm conscious to know that most of these technology platforms don't have accountability mechanisms. And also, speaking about AI and us going into the election period, we've already seen those AI videos. I'm personally worried about our female candidates, because that could be a tool that they would use to ensure that they don't win, so to speak. But how do we, I know taking the, I mean, if we start the conversation on policies around technology and media, and this is not to bring back that conversation of ageism, but that traditional method really takes a long time, and yet people still continue to be marginalized, quote unquote, by these things. So what can we do now? What are those practical things that we can do now to ensure that there is safety in what we're advocating for, that people are not being deceived by another person's opinion? So also, how do we leverage for future advocacy purposes? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, the team, Farmfort, behind this space, the conversations. My name is Hilda Kevin Nachaba from Uganda Women's Network, UWANET. Thank you very much. Our keynote, she's away. Actually, my question was aimed at her, but also to the panelists. My question would be anchored around the, as you know, we are heading into the general elections. And my interest is around how do we ensure that women candidates, voters are safeguarded from the electoral violence. As you can already tell, the environment, the context seem to be a little bit, there is tension. We are speaking about how we are transitioning to digital platforms, but also that aside, aside from the online violence, the physical violence also, we're speaking about the intergenerational gap and all those other issues, the mental well-being. You know, those are very critical issues that we need to pay attention to as the women's movement, but also more particularly as feminists. Maybe this is, you actually preempted also my question around how are women candidates going to use the digital platforms to either propel them or pull them back. So maybe within ASEA, that's a question we need to pay attention to, and let it trigger our discussions on ensuring that women as candidates, young women as voters, and whoever they may be, electoral officials, how are they safeguarded from the electoral violence? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Shamim Nampija. I'm a gender and disability rights advocate from the Disability Lens. So I really have no question, just to reiterate our research point on inclusion and how it's tokenized. For persons with disabilities, it's like through funding. People come to say, we want to partner with organizations of persons with disabilities, we want to reach the community, etc., etc. When they secure the funding, there is no representation of persons with disabilities. So I would like to say that let inclusion be meaningful, yeah, and let it be representative of the people you are claiming to secure the funding for. And then my other point is to what Kemi shared, how digital spaces have deconstructed power. I think that was it, or maybe I misinterpreted it. I do not know, but I would just like to share that it has really made power sharing easier. For example, like I have me and two other friends, we run Inclusive Talk, It's a digital platform. It amplifies voices of persons with disabilities in current affairs, and we run it on X. So when we're running our programs, we reach out to people we actually did not even think would give us the time of day, considering that we are younger and they are older. Yeah, but because of the digital space, we're able to say that, hi, this is so and so and so. We share a brief of whatever of the team, what we want to talk about, like, are you interested in participating? And people have been really forthcoming, which has been surprising to us, because most of our speakers are really senior citizens. I would say, yeah, senior citizens, and we are learning from them. So I like the fact that it has enabled us to them to acknowledge that, yes, this is their space, and we also have to navigate their space. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, junior citizen. So let's move on to the next one.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Fiona Tumuhise. So I had some points I have been noting here about TikTok and how we are using the internet. I remember in May, after this statistics on HIV were showing that Mbalala has high rates of HIV. Someone opened an account and named it Mbala HIV, and they started putting lists of people with HIV. And I usually go to TikTok before I sleep, and I was like, are we safe? What's happening with people's lives? Did he consent with them? Did he even confirm that they are HIV positive? So like, that's somehow, and he didn't even, I don't know whether it is a he or a she, because he was not specific, but maybe I think we just say he. But it was really sad. No, like, I am just saying, maybe I cannot say it, but after he was arrested, but it was really sad. That's how we are just using TikTok, because we want likes and like people to follow us and get information. Then about the intergenerational young feminist, I once attended the intergenerational dialogue by NAU in 2022, and we had the late Honorable Mpanga and Miriam Matembe, and they were saying, there are some things they noted. They say that the young generation is not patient. They are always annoyed if they cannot achieve what they want like when you want something, and even if you come out of office and they have chased you, you're very annoyed. You're not even focusing on how am I coming back and I'll be welcomed. They started narrating their stories. I remember Honorable Joyce Mpanga narrating how they went to Nairobi, how they involved the wives of the presidents to achieve their success. But they said that for us, we just want things done immediately. We don't want to be patient. And now they say that we also say that there is a gap between the young generation and the older ones. We don't know where to find them. And they were like, we are here. You come and consult us. I don't know whether some were consulted or not. But they said that we need to get the information, and we need to read more about what they went through and the way they struggle, their journey. We read more about their journey, and we see how we can fight. However much what we are fighting might be different from what they fought for. Then about the marriage. When we talk about marriage, who owns marriage? When you're talking about marriage, there is a different issue. I went through the introduction and wedding, Bichi, but what I saw, people want to feel like it is a men's issue. And during the bride price negotiation, I am one person who negotiated my bride price. Yes, because I felt like now these people will come at home, they sit and they don't want my mother to talk, and they just want my uncles who didn't even know how I struggled to study and which I am, and they are the ones negotiating for my bride price. They will start with 50 million, they come to 30, until they come to a conclusion, as if you're a goat in the market being sold. When she talked about, like, they say they give you out, they pay bride price at once, and you give now free sex for the whole time, like you know you're going to give free sex. It means that it is the men who come and sit on tables and discuss how much are they going to give us, who is going to share that money. And actually, if you're not very serious, your father will eat it with someone else and your mother will not eat anything. Yes, so that's how they feel. Like even the marriage bill, the divorce bill, they feel it belongs to them. Something that does not benefit them, they feel like it should not be passed. So like I guess it is us. If you can stand on your grounds, you give you tell your parents this is the amount we have and that's what we are paying. You're not going to negotiate.
Okay, thank you very much. No, next. You now write your comment on your paper. There are sticky notes. The Fempo team has you have decided to stand numberless, and you must be there. We shall come to you. Hey, dear members. No, it's okay. So we will have bonus asks, and we'll have Bwandunji, and then we shall have dear member. Okay, you just wait. Where what number were you? Where is number 6? Please. There, dear bonus members, you first wait. Okay, just
Thank you so much, our moderator. Okay, so my name is Nanchinga Shufra. As you can hear the name, I'm a very Muslim woman. Okay, so I work for a grassroots organization. If I tell you the name, you're going to be surprised, but that is it. We have been there for 20 years. Don't count my age. Yes, I work for Agadi Awamo Women. Now, my question, it's not even a question, what we should discuss. I think you can hear the Luganda. Okay, so I want to relate what I'm going to say as a Muslim woman. You see, Agaba, you talked about how society, everyone right now is the way I was practicing that word, demonizing. No, demonizing. Demonize. Okay. Feminism. And I'm of a view that I think this is happening because we all have different definitions when it comes to feminism. Now, I am here speaking as a woman, or am I a millennial? Anyway. Yeah, that is representing women, young women at the grassroots who are actually doing whatever they want, they can to make sure women have a seat. But they are afraid of calling themselves feminists, including me myself. Let me tell you a short story. You see, I love social media. I love putting myself out there. And I change my profile or my biography like 6 times a month because I am confused. And I am very sure there are a lot of women out there that are confused as I am. One day I know what we are standing for. But the next day there are a lot of people that have different definitions when it comes to this. You know? So katinawebuza tulagawa. You know? And where should we fall? And yet at the end of the day, the goal is just so that we get that seat on that table. So how? Okay, I want to go back out there. I want to go back home and talk to the women that I'm representing right now. Abachala Bagalia. By the way, we are not only bachelor now, right now, we are actually working with adolescents. I mean, we are doing great. Okay, so how do I convince them that we are actually not trying to fight the religion? We are not here trying to fight culture. We are just asking for something that is simply ours.
All right. Thank you very much, Hajat. You didn't, that one, Dr. Gaba, please, you'll continue from there. That's number 6. Where's number 7? Yes, so number 7.
Okay. Professor Hikiri, I'm so glad to meet you. I loved everything you said. In fact, when you were speaking, I was recording and sending my friends the things that you were saying. Yeah, so I've been waiting to ask you this or to, to share. So we're talking about the politics of inclusion. My question is, because politics is also us when we go home, when we're on the road, it's not just about leadership and parliament. So my question is, when we're not mobilizing and influencing policy and going to those clubs and meeting those people there who can help us, this also ties into a bit of what Hajati was asking. How can we live the ideals, the feminist ideals in our day-to-day lives? How do we, if we're not able to access those high levels of influence, how do we, be feminists, bulijo, every day? Number 8. Yeah, number 8.
Thank you very much. Where were the bonus hands? Please put them up again. So your number 1, your number 2, your number 3, your number 4, your number 5, and we are done. We're not coming back because also we promised you in the invitation that we would be done at 2, and that 2 included eating. Okay, so we need to be done. But yes, please.
I am Bwandunji Mugarura. If you've met me before I rebranded, I'm Gloria. Bwandunji. Rebrand. So I don't have a question. I have a comment. The purpose of older generations who have fought battles is to point the future in the direction that we want them to go. The suffragettes could not have imagined digital advocacy, right? So the older generations, we have our ideas. We have, we inherited white feminism, right? And then the next generation that came deconstructed that to the next thing. And then the younger generations are doing other things. Like, I think that the struggle between the generations is manufactured by the desire to hold on to power within the feminist structure. I think it's important for us to allow people to have their challenges. Even as parents who are raising children, you want them to have a better life. Shall they always be fighting to vote? No. They get on to the next thing, the world changes, now they're doing AI stuff. Even past that, AI will be in the rear mirror and they'll be fighting something different. So I think we have to just operate with grace to understand that we don't understand. So we inform each other. I tell you what I went through, you tell me what you're going through, and we work together to go in the right direction. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name is Nana Kumsin. I work for Afiana Haki as a research officer. And I think for me, my question is still around equity. And when I think about equity, I think about the intersections of people's identities. And one of those intersections is socioeconomic status. And I've been listening to what everybody's saying about redefining the table, about how the digital space affords women power. But then I'm still thinking about the women who don't even have the choice to be redefining the table. In Ahaki, we differentiate between reproductive rights and reproductive justice. And we say that when we are talking about rights, we are assuming that somebody has the choice in order to decide what to do with their bodies. Whereas with justice, we are knowing that not everybody has that choice. And for me, I think that's why I'm still stuck at how do we include women who don't have the choice to even think about the table? What programs are we creating? What policies are we creating? How are we really reaching them?
I hope one of you has adopted that question, aka Professor. Yes.
Thank you.
We'll
My
come
name is
to you.
Sharifa
Yes.
Chibirango. I work with Seriserve. Sandra mentioned about gatekeeping of opportunities. Yeah, and there is where you say donors prioritize older feminism from younger feminism. What I want is from Dr. Gaba. What are those practices that the young feminism can copy from the old feminism to get more donor trust, so that there is no that gatekeeping opportunity gap? And also, how do we work together with the old feminism and harmonize the gap? Yes. Then I would like to acknowledge my sister who's talked about bride price. In Islam, it is me to ask my bride price. And it is my right, so that in case I am tired of the marriage, I'm able to give you back whatever you gave me and walk away. It is my right. That is what we do. If I'm tired, I just get whatever I asked from you, I give it back to you, and it's done. Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Wambi Mole from Kawempe Women Vendors Cooperative Society Limited. Mine goes on language justice. When we look at women in the informal economy or informal sector, it's full of people who never went to school or people who attended less classes. And issues around women, it's issues that affect all of us. When acts or laws or bills are made, they are made in English. For us, we are left out. How can we best have these bills or laws translated to our local languages so that we are all at the same table, or we are moving at the same pace? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And lastly, there was number 2 who was
Hi everyone. My name is Masi Aya. I like to be called Yaya, but I've decolonized. Now you can call me Aya Yaya. Right. I want to say that when my mom talks about my feminism in Luo, she would tell me Aya Witer. To mean in English, Aya, your head is strong, because there is nothing else. I question everything, and everything has to be defined in a way. My question is, or maybe a comment, I guess, is that feminism remains very elitist in the terms of what feminism is, and we end up only describing it as we know how it relates to our context and where we live. And so for the women that I know and the women in my circle, we only talk about it in memory, in ancestral memory. And so I'll say my grandmother left all her children with her husband when he beat her one time and never came back. And so all of us, me and my sisters, there is a standard that has already been set for us. Is there a way for us to define feminism to be so common, and for us to make sure whether it's ancestral memory and the things we learn as we go is something what we can relate to quickly?
Thank you very much. And at this point, we're going to come back to the panel. And Alex already had a question. And you're going to indulge us a little. I want to believe that we should be done in the next 20 minutes. So we shall end at exactly 2. Then you'll have the choice of whether to eat or not. But for us, we shall have finished. So we're going to start with Alex, and for the panelists, as you submit, please submit to finish. We shall not come back for closing remarks. So submit, tell us bye, give us your parting shots. Of course, there are a couple of questions that that are still there, but one of the things that I would like you to part with is practical ways that we actually practice inclusion. And some of you have already done that in your submissions, but in case there's anything that you think was left out, yeah, then let's do that. And once the panel is done, then we shall come to Dr. Hichire and we'll call it a day. So yes, Alex, over to you.
Good afternoon once again. Thank you for the opportunity, for the presentations that we have had today, and the question that has been given to me. I have my personal experience talking about disability, but mostly for the deaf persons. Deaf persons, we have a very big problem because we face very many challenges, from health accessibility, employment accessibility, all different spheres of life. Deaf people are affected so much because of the big challenge that we have, the communication barrier. That is what we have been working on with my organization for so many years, seeing how we can navigate and solve this big problem. When you see donors, they are not interested in supporting things about disability. Most donors want to support other organizations that are not disability related. I have many colleagues and friends here who have tried to look for funding, resources in line with disability, but they do not get, and some of them end up saying, we cannot, so they give up on that. Putting that aside, the issue of communication, I and my team, we are working hard trying to see how we can solve it and building a digital platform. This platform is going to be working in a way that we connect a deaf person, mostly the deaf women, we connect them in each district in Uganda. So it means that in this district, they can be able to access sign language, because sign language is a right for persons with hearing impairment. And also they can use, it is a way they can use to communicate. So this platform that we are building is going to help these deaf people or organizations or families to be able to book or get a sign language interpreter without any challenge. Why? Because there are some situations, for example, in the villages, very deep in the villages, there are deaf people there who have challenges. Maybe they are raped, maybe they are facing GBV, but they do not have anywhere to go, or they do not know how to communicate to their parents, they do not know how to inform their leaders. All these are challenges that are very perturbing. So it means that I and my team, we are working very hard to see these resolved, but resources are still a constraint. We are still sacrificing our little resources that we have and trying to work hard and seeing how we can build this and make a dream come true. I feel bad to see that with this year we try, next year we try, and things do not come out. But we are trying to see how we can have this out. So next year we are trying to have an online presence where the deaf people can come and get information which is readily accessible in sign language. We are going to be posting and broadcasting information. So we shall be calling deaf women to come and explain about feminism, because sometimes when you call deaf women to come and talk about feminism, many of them do not know about all these things. They do not understand. They think feminism is family. It's a very big problem. So we need to give them this information. We need to empower them. And that is one thing that we are also trying to work upon. But also, I want to give a call to action. I am requesting you, stakeholders and potential partners that are here, we can collaborate and work together. In case you have resources, we are trying to see how we can seek partnership and work together to solve such a big problem that is being faced by deaf women mostly. We are about 500,000 deaf women in Uganda. This is a lot. We cannot say that we have a journey. We can say we have a journey, but then we are leaving out a certain group of people. It is not fair enough. So I feel I am a man, but then I feel pain when I see a woman, or sometimes when women have challenges and problems, but they cannot be able to have it solved. I see how I can help, but sometimes I cannot help, because remember, I am young and I am also trying to strive and make ends meet as a young person. So we can see how to work together, and you can work with me so that we can make a positive change in the deaf community. Once again, another problem or challenge that we have, for example, there are some communications online. For example, on X, on Twitter, the formerly known as Twitter, when a deaf person wants to access this information, sometimes it's challenging. Why? Because there are no captions on some videos. Some information is not accessible. When you post information, it is challenging for deaf people to understand. Maybe it's a video and in speech, even on television. You see, sometimes most programs do not have interpreters and we only have them during news. All this is still a very big problem. But for me, I want to remind you that if you truly want change, to change our community, let us try to first work on information, because people say information is power. From people that we have, if people have information, they can change their lives. Lastly, I want to appreciate all the partners, mostly Korea. Last time in a program that we engaged in with Korea, they were teaching, and they were so inclusive, and they were teaching about disability very well. So Korea, I've seen Korea, and it's very, very top-notch on issues of accessibility. It is very serious. It ensures they have interpreters. It ensures there are closed captions. It ensures that all participants are comfortable. So I want to request each and every partner here, if you have organizations that you're working for or an organization, let's try to make our programs accessible and inclusive. If you need participants, I am ready. You can always contact me next time. We can organize and plan together and make sure that your programs are successful. I also want to appreciate Dr. Who is seated right there. I've forgotten the name, but the doctor from Makerere University. Honestly, by the time I was studying from Makerere University, I was a chairperson for disabilities, for students with disability, and it's a 1-year leadership. So when we had a lot of challenges, we went to different offices, but we got blocked so many times and weren't helped. So I am requesting, through your capacity, when you go back to the university, try and see how you can repair some of these challenges students with disabilities face, because university needs to be a safe place for advocacy, for students with disabilities to also thrive like any other student, because there are many programs that students with disabilities are left out in. Why? Because people say accessibility is expensive. We cannot pay interpreters, we cannot make information accessible, and persons with disabilities are left undercover. They're suffering and the journey continues, but where are they? Thank you a lot. I want to appreciate FemFort for the invite. I am very happy, and I hope that when I go back home, I'm going to sit and think about how the disability community can thrive. And I speak all this for God and my country.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alex. I am glad that the majority of you have learned. Yes. Yes, you've learned how to clap. Let's also listen. Let's listen from Agaba. After Agaba, we'll come to Kemi and move to McLean and then close with Riza for the panel.
Okay, very quickly. Thank you so much, first of all, for this opportunity. FEM40, I'm always grateful, and I hope you invite me again. Yes, yeah. So I wanted to just sum up the what we've had today. One, by talking about feminism, because it has come up a lot. Demonizing feminism. Feminism has been mislabeled. Some people have a different definition of feminism. I wanted to mention some terms. So when you hear about a politician, a lawyer, a president, elections, you're hearing those terms. They are good and bad things that have happened, right? People have killed each other for presidency. People are killing each other as we speak, and they're going to continue killing each other for elections. Lawyers. Some people say lawyers are very what? Liars. Synonym, use them synonymatically for lack of a better word. How come no one has ever said? So because everyone thinks lawyers are I'm no longer a lawyer. So, because everyone thinks politician, I'm no longer a politician, President Museveni, because you think I'm no longer, how come none of them don't get rid of these terms, because there are challenges with these terms? Now, I want you to see any framing of feminism as a problem, as an attack on feminism itself. This is the fight we are doing. And we also have to get away from the fact that we have to be perfect. That is also another challenge they put on us. So we have to be perfect feminists. If it's a bad feminist, then I'm no longer a feminist. Yeah? If there is a feminist who is shaming us, then I distance myself from the term. No, there are so many terminologies that are going to be, there's a bad politician, there's a corrupt politician, there's a good politician, there's a bad lawyer, there's a bad feminist. That doesn't take away what feminism is about. And feminism is about having a seat at the table. That's what you're going to tell your people. It's about increasing choices for women, politically, economically, socio-economically. That's what it's about. So everyone here is a feminist, right? We might have bad feminists, good feminists, but we are all feminists. And so fight in whichever room you are for anyone who is trying to demonize feminism, the terminology, by reminding them, unto a man, how many evils have the men done? Femicides, domestic violence, killing women. Have you ever stopped identifying as a man? So we are not going to take that away, and we are going to see it as a fight we have to have as a movement. One. Then I want to talk about also the protocol. How do we move forward, the older generation and the younger generation? I think this comes down still to inclusiveness. And I liked how, I think she's Mugarura stated it, to have an intentionality with how we build coalitions and collaborations to ensure everyone is involved, but everyone's voice is respected. It's one thing to hear a voice, but you respect the voice of a young person because they are young. You respect the voice of a middle-aged person or an older person. Listen to them. You might not agree with them. Again, I want us to normalize disagreements. Disagreements don't mean we no longer work together. Last but not least is the issue of diversity. Decolonizing feminism means embracing diversity. When colonialists came, they put us in a duality where you're either male or female, you're either this or that, a binary. And yet Africans, we've never dealt with binaries. We have too many tribes. You ask yourself, how does a country that has 50 tribes still carry on? This one speaks Lugwede, Lukolo, Lukonjo. So we've always embraced diversity. And I want us to embrace diversity in inclusion spaces. See it as an opportunity to expand. Oh, these young people have come, they brought gender digital. Oh, we embrace them. Oh, these older people are here, they're telling, oh, we embrace them. It's more of an expansion than a resistance and a fight. If we view that in that expansion lens, then we will open the spaces for older women, for middle-aged women, for younger women, for sexual minorities, for sex workers, for those who can't speak English, for the semi-illiterate, for the rural, for the urban. But it has to be intentional. It will not just happen. And I want to end on that note. I thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, Kemi, over to you. Then I have my two members here. I do not know what is happening, but anyway, Kemi.
Okay,
I'm about to dismiss the panelists who are closest to me.
I'll briefly touch on the points that came up around digital. So first is just intellectual property protection, which is still a challenge within the current framework we have. I have a legal background and we've worked closely with the firm that represents us. And we found that right now, where we are, the most important thing is to ensure that you don't do work without contracts. Lots of creators are taken advantage of because, people come and they want to do all this stuff with you. You have followers, etc., etc. Have contracts like any other business. We keep saying it's a business like any other. Ensure that don't make deals on WhatsApp and so on and so forth. It always seems like a small thing, but right now it's the strongest tool that we have to avoid exploitation. So contracts always. And then because a couple of people have talked about the online space for advocacy, I think I can't emphasize enough how important that is. There's so many, every time I meet people who are doing amazing things in different areas of advocacy, I'm like, oh, do you think you could let me know how I could use my platform to further what you're doing? Because there are so many meaningful causes that are being supported, and all you need is people to see and understand and hear you so that they can, whether it's contribute or attend or whatever, there are platforms like my own that exist that we'll be happy to share. How can I talk to the people I talk to? Maybe I have your target audience, maybe someone else does. It's always, I think there's a lot of potential there to to do, like, to push advocacy even further. Perhaps I think we're still figuring out how to do it together, but honestly, there's so much room. There's so much room. We've been trying to do that even just like, for example, with the creative arts, film, and so on. There's amazing creators, but it's just marketing budgets and so on. And some of us actually care about that stuff though. So we'll be like, no, tell me what I need to do. Tell me what you want people to know. Let's create a way to say it to them that they will hear you. Because sometimes the advantage we have is that we know how people want certain messages to be heard. And then I've never been on a, thank you, Pemfort for, I don't even know, like me, I was like, first of all, over why are these guys inviting me? I am a feminist. I have always said I am a feminist. I've never been afraid of the word. I'm always happy to be the person when they say, hey, feminists, there are issues there. I'm like, good, it's me. So I love it. And it was even an affirmation for you to invite me. I looked at the people on the panel, I said, okay, no problem. Let me go and say what you have. And so, speaking of online violence, I don't know if there are any women that haven't experienced some form of online violence. We probably all have in some way, shape, or form. I say that the internet hates to see a confident 30 and over woman who is saying, I'm single, what's up? Like, it's not, come on, I'm not one experience or the other. And it's not just that, it's any other thing that I'm saying I'm this, and it makes people uncomfortable. It makes me think about, how important it is for men to also be feminists. And perhaps even as we're inviting them, I think the more important thing is how do we raise a certain type of consciousness that a man also knows it's his responsibility to bring in other men. Because I feel like my experience has been that probably men hear each other better than they hear us sometimes. I think it's important that there's a certain type of consciousness that I'm not saying I know how we do it or how we navigate it, but just it's important for that consciousness to be there. So it's one thing to be mean to people, and I'm not saying, and we really shouldn't be mean, but it's another thing for people to be online and say, oh, I don't know if this is a thing. But anyway, recently, because I did an interview and I remember someone coming into the comments, a man, and saying, let her be there waiting to get married as the fibroids are growing. And I was like, are you all right? Are you all right? Like, there's a consciousness that's missing. And it's not a hidden account or anything. It's someone who is confident. This is who I am. This is my profession. And this is what I've said. Like it's okay, And that lack of consciousness is just, it befuddles me, as I'm sure it befuddles all of us. So I hope that even as we continue to have these conversations and all of you keep doing the amazing work that you're doing in your individual spaces, that that we can find that shift for men, but even for women as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Banaya, Dr. Agaba, you would have spoke last. So, yes, someone asked, what can we do for the women who cannot access? What can you do? You are here. What can you do for that woman who has remained behind? So for me, my response is around collaboration and, of course, social networkings. That if I'm here, I'm representing the 37,000 other sex workers behind my back. And it's my responsibility now, learning from what Femfort has given us, to take it back and share this information with them. Then, of course, scaling up our programming, that most of us feel so very comfortable to operate in areas where we have transport, Ubers, cruising, but go to Terego. Go to Madiokolo, go to Karamoja. We all know our roads there, not so. No network, no internet, no nothing. You are there. Even laptops may even shut down, but let us venture into that. Let us be the grassroots arms of Femfort and what they've given us to make sure we continue this programming and the wording, of course. Then, of course, the virtual museum that Femfort started. Let us decolonize our narrative. I think Dr. Agaba has said it well. For me, how do I interpret feminism? If someone asks me about feminism, what do I even tell them in Runyoro so that they're able to relate? And I think she has very well said it. I don't want to repeat the words. It's about liberation. It's about openness, also discovering my potential, unlocking my ability and potential to say, I am a sex worker. That's not who I am. That's what I do. But I am this human, like Sandra said, and these are my potential, and this is what I can deliver. So until we understand that, reclaim our independence, and also be able to take ourselves and discover our potential, and also say, I don't care what you say. For me, this is who I am. I think it's very important. Then, of course, that also includes my colleague who was saying, Manang, I'm struggling with this word in the local language. So when we decolonize the narrative, we are able to understand this in our local language, reach out to the feminists, to the aging feminists like myself, yes, to support you rewrite this narrative, and then you are able to talk about it. So this was to respond to the questions. Then my supplements to what Alex also submitted. What do we want? How do we decolonize? One is intersectionality. It has been talked about. Intersectionality, inclusion, and of our diversity. Seeing things beyond, or using an intersectional lens. You look at McLean, she's experiencing GBV, but also she needs abortion. She's an adolescent, or early marriages, or even early pregnancies, but also she's a sex worker, she's living with disability, she's using drugs. One innovation or one intervention cannot address all my challenges. How do we integrate the responsive programming that fits my, they call it one what? Fits. One shoe fits all cannot work. So it means we need to explore those some of us who are into programming, and make sure that whatever we do, we have a human mindset. But also we understand. Someone starts a brothel, and in reality, they know what we are doing to this disability woman. It is wrong. I give an example. Korea organized a meeting in Nepal, and we supported one of our colleagues who was leading the program. She's living with a disability. And we have also a translator, and she was there. You know, there are some who have got the hearing and speech impairment. Sometimes they will be like whispering some words. Somebody said, no, they are lying. She can't talk. Did you see the music when it drumming? She was dancing. Reality is they can feel the vibe. They can dance better than all of us, but they will not be able to hear. So it's important to listen, but also be very intentional and deliberate to understand their dynamics and their challenges before we judge them. Because once we judge, then we are creating a barrier of actually excluding them from the programming. Then also let us invest in grassroots innovations. Grassroots innovations, co-create with us. When you co-create with us, then you're actually addressing the actual problem. Then there won't be issues to ask, how did you come up with this program? How I was later, what is this? What do you mean? You've co-created with me. It means you're going to address my real issues. Then my innovation, it means the innovation I'm coming up with is the actual challenge that you're going to address, but also I have the solution on how it's going to be addressed. I'll give an example. For the first time, we've got a circle or a microfinance bank for the sex workers. Everyone seemed to be excited about it, but guess what? The journey has not been very easy. When we started, we said, prostitute, they are looking to eat your money. But 10 years down the road, we are able to say, Equity Bank is on board to say we are ready to collaborate with you. DFC is on board to say we are willing to partner with you, and it's actually growing. It has enabled us to secure a piece of land, of course, with some other support of other stakeholders who believe in what we do, but the niche, it was driven by the sex workers for the sex workers. My last submission is around integration. I think I talked about that when we integrate, we need to be in mindset, what are those issues that we are integrating? For example, if we are working about social protection, economic empowerment, HIV, access to comprehensive sexual productivity, including access to safe abortion, then don't say, no more resources, I'm not going to give you money for abortion, access to abortion services. Me, I'm giving you only HIV, but you, McNeil, you're too radical. You're not prostituting the church. Recently, we were in Hoima, and I asked the retired bishop, when we give our tithe, what happens? The bishop stood and said, no, McLean, thank you very much for this question. Actually, we pray for that tithe and go and use it. But where is it coming from? You understand? So for me, it is important for us to be very inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, McLean. Riza, please speak while looking at the weather. It's coming to rain.
Don't worry, Akiteng. It's okay. It is well. Okay. I'm not going to repeat what the other panelists have mentioned, but I just want us to deepen our own consciousness, like Kemi said, around these issues. And there's a quote or something that either Dr. Tamale Sylvia usually says or Dr. Tadria Hilda, I can't remember who of those two, who says or who keeps reminding us that feminism is not a dress. That when you reach home and you shower, take it off, shower, change into another one. If you stand by feminism and you believe in feminism, you can never take it off. So there is no private or public sphere where feminism works and it doesn't work. But this also means that we have to practice feminism. We have to walk the talk. We can't say, oh, I'm feminist here, and then in the private spaces we are the ones who are perpetrating the things that we are actually publicly against. So that. But then back to tech and digital skills, we need to also deepen our understanding and knowledge in digital skills. In this era, we cannot exist without deepening our knowledge and understanding in digital skills. Digital skills are beyond knowing how to use a phone, beyond knowing how to turn on that computer. It involves knowing how to spot false information, knowing how to verify information, knowing how to speak up for others who are experiencing some sort of online harm online, right? Having that empathy beyond, like how we as feminists, we are constantly calling in and calling out our male counterparts for saying, don't treat a woman as human based on their relationship to you. So because they are your mom, they are your sister, they are your wife, they are your this. No. So the same goes for the online space. You can't say, I'm going to speak out for women, but then I won't say something because this woman put on a mini skirt and therefore she doesn't espouse my values. No, right? So just that, deepening our consciousness really. And as I wrap up, in conclusion, may we live here with not just ideas, but with fire. May we carry each other in memory and in movement because our survival is collective. Our power is shared and our futures are ours to reimagine and create. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Riza. And finally, we'll hear from Dr. Josephine. I hope you have a microphone somewhere. Yeah. But it will hold small people who have relationships with their ancestors. Please do a thing. It could be useful. Yes.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. People have done a wonderful job here. Just to thank Femford for giving us this Kazindalo. It's not cheap for somebody to remember you that you can have a microphone. I really treasure that. I got one question on how do we ensure that women candidates are protected from violence and physically and digitally. How can candidates use digital platforms? I've been to the West and looking at our elections. They are intrinsically violent, driven by greed, driven by materialism. You have to look for votes at night from 2 a.m. upwards. If you come at 11, you might not get the voters. You see all these pickups with a heavy industry of music going around the village, shouting, making noise. And then you wonder, who benefits? I once wrote and said, is it possible for women candidates to agree that we are not going to run this race like this? We can run it different. But of course, we are not angels. Women are not angels. They are in this politics. It has bred us. We are part of it. But I think there is supposed to be a sane voice to say, this is untenable, it is ugly. Nobody benefits, not even the politicians themselves. Agaba has said, if politicians, I wanted to answer the question on feminism, but you really answered it very well. And for that matter, I'll not teach with you on feminism because I think you will challenge me. Because like in Uganda, when you talk about opposition, you know what the sentiments it brings. But in some other countries, opposition is part of a democratic process, that you have this whole range of participation, and the opposition parties are parties in waiting, all these things. So in a sense, also, I think I agree with the fact that feminism is an English word. There's no question about it. And we have many issues with English and our incapacity to deliberate in our local languages. By the way, even local is bad, African languages. And the young people can take this on. I mean, we are not tied to the word, we are tied to the ideology and the spirit. And somehow, when I engage with men, for example, I say, by the way, what problem do you actually have with feminism? You know, when you get money, you become impossible. But meanwhile, they are educating their daughters to have jobs, to have money. Why are you educating them? And she said, yeah, people choose. If it's my mother, it's okay. She can have land. That one we were told in Parliament, the chair of the parliamentary committee, I've forgotten he said, for affirmative action, it's fine. For this is fine. But for my land, maybe if it's my mother. But my wife, no. He's chairing. And you've gone there to give your proposals on how to make life better. So in a sense, we are a post-colony. We are dealing with this language that is not ours. And so if I go to Lango, for example, I'm not going to say feminism, but I'm going to say things that relate to that spirit. And sometimes we say, oh, women in the villages are disabled, not disabled, they are down there and so disempowered. The answer is actually no. They have their struggles, they have their language, you know, the way, for example, the Amuru women stripped naked and said, of our dead body, this is our land. Here, in the feminist movement, we are saying women don't own land. The other side, a woman is stripping naked, said, women are the last defense. The men have negotiated, they've failed. The youth have rioted, they've failed. It is the last defense. And indeed, that was the minister could not proceed. So, in a sense, we are dealing with things that we need to document, we need to celebrate, we need to expand the way we present the narrative and increase on. I like this language that I'm hearing here, because it empowers me to say, yes, I can actually move on, use alternative kinds of modes, digital and so on. And how do we add? I think most of the questions have actually been answered. The thing about rural, urban, and so on, those spaces, each space has its own terms. Each space has its own struggles, but also each space has its own tools. So let's not assume that, okay, since we are urban, we have more tools. You will be surprised when you go to Namutumba, to Lango, to Gulu, to where you'll find multiple things happening. I'll end with this story. Honorable Betty Amongi, the time of the discussion of marital rape and how it was removed and so on. The women in her constituency told her, you people, you are exposing our tricks. We know how to deal with these men. Leave it to us. Here we are saying we are the only one with a voice. You people, you are misrepresenting our things. You are revealing our tricks. You're making us vulnerable. Leave them to us. We know how to deal with them. And people know the power that women hold. Look at the DNA tests that are flying around. The power of motherhood. It is there. It is a potential tool that can be used. I'm going to stop here because I want first edition, second, third of KIMEEZA. We are here at a round table and we really have a conversation, taking all these things forward. Thank you very much, the panelists. Oh, our dear moderator. Thank you very much, Pamphort and everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hichida. You're the only one who has recognized me. The rest of the people have just been looking at me like I was a flower, but it's been an honor. Yes, it's been an honor being part of the first KIMEEZA. And just to recap, we have looked at ageism, we've unpacked it. We have looked at internalized misogyny. We have looked at inclusion as a radical demand that we should all embrace. We have looked at acts of resistance. We've looked at safety safety and disruption, which exist really in the same space. We have also looked into fears, around the work that we do. We've talked a lot about intersecting identities. We've looked and had conversations around the politics of language, justice, and articulation. There's been quite a bit around the use of digital tools and the safety in that place. We've looked at the digital economy. We've looked at issues of standards when it comes to engaging within the digital economy. And part of the running themes within the conversations that we've had are themes around feminism and understanding of the concept, themes around ageism, a theme around digital inclusion, a theme around inclusion and intersecting identities. We've also had a huge theme around socioeconomic status and how we can actively include women whose voice and choice is not even there to start with when we are having the conversation. And I would like to say a big thank you to the panel and a big thank you to the audience for making this KIMEEZA successful. I count it successful. And so I am happy to have been associated with the first KIMEEZA of its kind. I'd like to give a big thank you to Professor Josephine, who gave us such an elaborate keynote that contextualized this. I know that KRIA is here. I would like to say a big thank you to KRIA for making this possible. And the rain is coming, but before it increases, in case KRIA goes back and begins to have conversations around how our conversation did not really look like the objectives, KIMEEZAs work like this. You come in with a plan, but you're open to the plan not being the plan at the end. And so I recognize the fact that at the beginning of this conversation, the idea was to interrogate how power operates within the movement, how we work around subvert, extractive, and elitist tendencies in organizing, the complexities of dialogue. But whereas that was the intention, I think it was important that we started here, and those ones can come in KIMEEZA too. Okay, and it's a good thing that we allowed for this KIMEEZA to be organic, and there's a beauty in that. And so I hope that people will understand that the KIMEEZA is meant to be organic and disruptive, and that is exactly what we had today. And I hope that everyone who came enjoyed every minute of today's conversation. So thank you very much. And before I release my panel, please clap for them. I would like to encourage and invite them to please stand up. They're going to take a picture of you. Yes. I know it was hot on this panel. They will edit the picture. Do you want them to stand? Yes, please stand. I think you should, because... Pardon? There it was.
On 20th, 20th is Monday. Yes, I thought it was Sunday. You see, I wanted to come quickly. So we are giving you an opportunity to celebrate our birthday with us by cutting cake with us. And the online audience, we cannot give you a piece of the cake, but you can just look at the optical nutrition of the things happening here and be happy. We love you. And then please feel free to send gifts in form of cash and money transfers. I will put my details on the screen, and you can send all the Farmford gifts to me or through me to me. Yes. We will appreciate that. So we're going to cut cake, but before we cut this cake, 8 years is not a short time. And for those of you who lead organizations, have been part of organizations, and you know that it's a lot to do the work that we do. And sometimes while we do this work, there are people who are unwavering in their support and in their love for you and in their unconditionality in the way they do things. So I want to honor 3 people. One of those people is the person that has served us the longest. When we started the organization, we didn't even have money for food. And Lelia offered to give us lunch every day, and she has done that for 8 years. 8 years. She has served us for 8 years. 8 years. And so we want to honor her with an award. And this award is very special to us and to her, because I am getting it out because I want us to see it. It's pretty. And I want to invite Hajara, who's the lead for this program, and Angela, who has worked the most with Lelia, to present this award to her on behalf of Farmfort and the board. And there's a long love letter as well with the award to thank you for your unwavering love and commitment and everything. Come and present it. They are going to take your pictures nicely there. So yeah. And while they do that, Angela and Hajara will present on behalf of the team here. There are days when funding is just insane. And you know, when you don't pay service providers for like 6 months, they start texting you. I know that there are years where we didn't pay Lelia for even 12 months. Yeah, and she still gave us food, and she never called to complain even once, and she has never stopped providing delicious food. And so we honor you, Lelia. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are more honored to be loved by you. And then the second person that I want to honor, or we want to honor, the third person is not here, but we will honor them in absentia. The second person that we want to honor is, well, I don't know where they are, but let me talk about them. When ideas are born and are conceived in the minds of people and in their hearts, they are not just sitting with them. They share them with people, they grow them with people, they build them with people. And so there's a trinity of people from whom this idea that you see here became an echo from a small whisper. And those 2 people are Sarah Pachuto and Isabella Akiteng. And so we are also honoring these 2. I don't know where Bella went. Akiteng. Akibella. we've given Isabella the Origin Keepers Award because she keeps the origin stories of this institution, the pains, the joys, everything that happened in the initial days of Farmfort. They were there. Sarah Pachito and Isabella were there. And so we want to honor them. I don't know where she is. Somebody please call her so that we move on to eating this food before the rain rains at us or on us. Yeah, I know she wasn't expecting this, so I'm doing it out of also the honor that we remember, we see, we remember, and we know that your contribution was not in vain to the institution. So Isabella, and I'm going to ask one of the people who have been Farmfort participants for a long time. I'm not going to say 8 years because surely I don't remember, but I'm going to ask, I've forgotten the name, Fiona. Yes, Fiona. And then who else? Who else? Let me see. Eshban is hiding. Yeah. Eshban is hiding. Yes, Eshban on behalf of the board actually should come and give this award with one of the participants. Okay, yes, let him come. Eshban and Fiona are going to present this award to Isabella in recognition for her contribution to growing Farmfort. And Isabella will also help us take Sarah Pachuto's award because she will most likely see her before we see her. So thank you so much, Isabella. We honor you, we remember, and we continue to celebrate you every day. Okay. Eshban, be as if touching the award so that it feels like you are not distancing yourself from it. Okay. Jesus. Thank you. Bella, don't go because now we are going to cut cake. So let's cut this cake once and for all and move on. Abakoze ku cake. Abakoze ku cake. Let's have a representative from all the constituencies. I know there are many here, but let's just have one representative. Market women, queer women, what other women? You don't want to name yourselves. We women, Muje, come. Muslim women, women with disabilities, women with stay-at-home women, content creators, everything, come. Academia, just make sure that your constituency is represented here. Make sure that I will be the noise maker. Mine needs to be like, hey, let's have 2 members of staff. Julie, come and cut the cake. Who feels they are not represented? Digital women. Digital women. Shamim, you don't want to be in this photo? Oh, okay. I understand. Eric, can you see all these people? All right. A 2, a 3, a 1. How do they do these things? Okay. I'm going to count. Farmfort is making 8, so we'll start from 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, congratulations. Thank you so much. While they go back to their seat, we still have 2 things to do. First, cut the music. The last one is food. We are going to dance. Don't worry. The whole afternoon is for you to dance and live at leisure. But now I'm going to invite Quiz to help us understand his summary of what he artistically. Banange, people, the rain has real come. You don't have to be on the. Yeah, everyone needs to sign. Okay, so let me go to quiz. Because he says you people need to sign the art piece and the interpretation of what he has done. So while you get ready for lunch, you can come here and append your signature.
Yeah,
I
so
shall be the
mine,
chief signer.
I'm not repeating most of there's been a lot of English going around. Too many abbreviations, too many words to debunk and all of that. So my job is to capture. I've been privileged. Let me start by saying that. On all your respects, I recognize you, I see you. Thank you, Femfort. Mine is the icing on the cake. You've got the cake, but there's what makes this artwork better. It's meant to be interactive. It's not mine to keep. I'm not a pedestal artist. The idea is for you to come and supplement it with any other messages that you feel. I was hearing you guys itching of, I didn't say this. People were talking like they are on a clock.